Chapter 1065. The new Flyers open recruitment this time was the third time in 3 months since the start of year 3802 of the Continental calendar. In the first two open recruitment, the new Flyers Guards had recruited a total of 2,739 people, which could be considered a strong addition. However, after the third recruitment, only 398 people had been recruited. Compared to the first two recruitment, the number of people recruited in the third recruitment was undoubtedly much lower. There were many reasons for this result, but in the eyes of many people, the most important reason was that the third recruitment had an additional test compared to the first two. That was an intelligence test. Just this intelligence test alone had eliminated nearly half of the applicants, causing the number of successful guards to greatly decrease. Countless people were very puzzled by this test, and the results of this test were equally puzzled. The intelligence test was indeed a very strange thing, but it was only a simple intelligence test, yet caused the number of successful guards to drop to such an exaggerated degree. It was somewhat unreasonable. Actually, the reason is very simple. The reason why we only recruited so few people is because most of the qualified guards were already recruited in the first two recruitment attempts. Sue waved the Frestec Chamber of Commerce's guard recruitment report in his hand. His expression wasn't as serious as the guard captain Hart's. But, Sir President, very few people have come to apply for the past few recruitment attempts. The total number of people who applied for the third recruitment attempt is less than 5,000. Our new Flyers Guards aren't that unattractive, right? Hart was puzzled. But humans only make up a small portion of the applicants. There are less than 1,000 of them in total. This is too strange. You have to understand one thing. It's not that our Chamber of Commerce's guards aren't attractive enough, but that our requirements are too high. Sue, he shook his head. Tell me the truth. How many people do you think can meet your requirements? That really isn't much. Hart gave a bitter laugh as he looked at Sue with a strange gaze. But, Sir President, it's all because your requirements are too high. Otherwise, I feel that with our conditions, we would have no problem recruiting 10 times more people. And then, what's the use of recruiting a bunch of people who can't do anything? Sui asked back. To tell you the truth, I'm also very dissatisfied with the guards you've recruited. If it weren't for the fact that I'm in a hurry to use them, I would have eliminated another batch of them. The bitter smile on Hart's face deepened. Sir President, let alone you, even I can't wait to throw a lot of people out. In the beginning, I didn't understand why you had to add an intelligence test, but now I completely understand. These days, we've been training these new guards to learn how to operate the military magic machines. They're so tired that they're about to die. Now do you understand why I've been asking you to spend more time on training the guards? Let me tell you, there will be more and more kinds of military magic machines developed by the company, and they will be more and more complicated to operate. If you don't take this time to learn, you might not be able to use the good things given to you in the future. Although Sue, he had a smile, his voice was very serious. Hart nodded slowly and hummed in agreement. I understand. Sir President, I'm Sir President. S is Sir. So, I want to make a request of you. What? You want me to send a few researchers to the guards? Sui looked at him and asked. Hart was stunned. Sir President, how did you know? Did anyone mention it to you? No, it's just that according to my deduction, you should be making this request. All right, I don't need you to say it. I already had this idea. Taking advantage of the expansion of the guards, I'll transfer a few researchers who are interested in the practical application of the military magic machines to your guards. They'll help you understand and operate the military magic machines better. So, he waved his hand. Great. Hart was immediately overjoyed. Sir President, I didn't think you would place so much importance on our guards. This is really... Sue, he couldn't help but snort. What are you talking about? Why wouldn't I place importance on the guards? To tell you the truth, the guards will be the most important department of our company for a long time. You're the person in charge of the guards, so you should be prepared. Hart stood up abruptly and saluted. Sir President can rest assured. The guards have already made their preparations and are willing to give their all to the company. Sue, he looked at Hart with a funny expression. Hey, Hart, when did you learn to do this? Hart laughed. I saw it in Legend of the Setting Sun Empire before. I thought it was pretty good. so I used it. He couldn't help laughing. He had worked with Hart for so many years, but only today did he know that this fellow had a humorous side. The so-called Legend of the Setting Sun Empire was the new movie released by the New Moon Chamber of Commerce. It told the story of the Setting Sun Empire's rise to glory and its decline. Because of the grand scene and the twists and turns of the story, it was very popular once it was broadcast. He never thought that Hart would also watch this and even learn this pose from it. It really was surprising. But if Hart knew that the pose and words he learned were written by Sue-E himself, how would he feel? Hart discussed the matter of the company's guards with Sue-E for a while before leaving. Sue-E picked up the recruitment report he left behind with a trace of hesitation in his eyes. Although the new flyer's public recruitment of guards was too little, the main reason was that the new flyer's standards were too high. However, there was another reason that couldn't be ignored, and that was the problem of the source of soldiers. In the end, the new flyer was just a company. The so-called company's guards were just ordinary company employees in the eyes of everyone. Although Sue-E had been working hard to develop a sense of belonging and identity in the company's guards through Hart and the others, and had also achieved great results, a company was only a company and not a country. If a country wanted to recruit soldiers, they could even use force and force all the people in the country to join the army. However, a company could only use their own conditions to attract people to join. Although the new flyer's conditions were enough to move the hearts of everyone and all races, the company's limitations meant that the new flyer's sources of soldiers were very limited. If it wasn't for the new flyer's good relationship with the other races on the continent and the fact that they could obtain a large number of reinforcements from other races, the new flyer's guards might have had to be recruited from the Principality of Constantine and a few scattered soldiers from other countries. It was easy to imagine the quality of the soldiers that were recruited like that. The new flyer's requirements were also very high, so the passing rate was naturally very low. This would make the new flyer's requirements for the company's guards even higher, and it would further limit the source of soldiers. Therefore, even though the new flyer's reputation was great and the benefits offered by the new flyer's guards were good enough, there weren't as many people who came to apply for the new flyer's guards as one would imagine. For example, in the third public recruitment, less than 1,000 out of the 5,000 applicants were humans, and the rest were all from other races. First, most humans weren't willing to leave their homes and come to the Principality of Constantine to join the new flyer's guards. Second, many of the human warriors who came to apply were veteran mercenaries in the human world. They could be called ruffians, and they were far from meeting Sue-Yi's requirements. Therefore, they were always eliminated, and not many people were willing to come. Of course, it wasn't as if the problem of soldiers couldn't be solved. For example, the new flyer now had branches and factories in most of the countries on the signs, and they had established strategic partnerships with many countries. If Sue-E was willing, he could directly set up military bases in these countries and recruit local guards to expand the size and range of the new flyer's guards. However, this would definitely change the nature of the new flyer in the eyes of other countries. If the new flyer could be considered an ordinary chamber of commerce in the past, and most countries could cooperate with them normally, then once the new flyer started to set up military bases everywhere, it would become a real threat to other countries. Compared to the past, this was a completely different matter. This was where Sue-E was hesitating. The new flyer's development in the signs had reached a bottleneck. If they wanted to break through, they would need the support of powerful military force. Only then could they continue to develop in the hands of other countries. If they expanded their military force, it would mean that their relationship with other countries would become tense and, in a certain sense, it would limit their development space. Moreover, the investment needed to expand their military force could be considered a bottomless pit. The new flyer was currently in a critical period of development, and there were too many places where they needed money. It wasn't impossible to increase the investment in the guards, but too much investment would cause too much pressure, and it wasn't advisable. As for the specific allocation and implementation, only Sue-E, the president, could make the decision. No one else could share his burden. That was why Sue-E was hesitating, which was rare. because he was very clear that his decision would not only affect the fate of nearly 300,000 people in the New Flyer, but also the fate of the entire signs. Chapter 1066. A motorcade of 20 large transport magic cars drove into the Namco mine in the northwest of the Drow Kingdom. This mine had always been controlled by the local Drow Kingdom, but after the New Flyer entered the Drow Kingdom and invested in this mine, the two sides cooperated to a certain extent, greatly increasing the output of this mine. However, in a rebellion against other races that had swept through the Darrow Kingdom a few years ago, the local Darrow clansmen claimed that the Frestack Chamber of Commerce had stolen the mine from them. They took bloody revenge on the Frestack Chamber of Commerce's employees and stole the mine back. But their good times didn't last long. The Frestack Chamber of Commerce quickly sent guards into the Drow Kingdom and suppressed this rebellion with a thunderous force. The Darrow clansmen who retaliated against the Frestack Chamber of Commerce's workers in the mine riot were all caught by the Frestack Chamber of Commerce, and a small portion of them were executed. So the control of the mine naturally fell into the hands of the Frestack Chamber of Commerce. Now that several years had passed, this mine had made great progress under the operation of the New Flyer. The output of the mine had increased from several dozen tons a month to close to 1,000 tons. As for the ores that were mined, other than a small part being left for the companies of the Drow Kingdom, the rest would be loaded onto the Frestack Chamber of Commerce's transport fleet. They would head south to the port of South Wales before being sent to the Frestack Chamber of Commerce's main base to be refined. This was one of the several mines that the New Flyer had in the signs, and it was one of the mines that the Sheenfei Chamber of Commerce hadn't announced to the public yet. The reason why the Sheenfei Chamber of Commerce could satisfy the large amount of steel and non-ferrous metals was because of the many ores in the Namco mine. After the motorcade entered the mine, they didn't hesitate to head into the mine and arrive at the place where the ores were stored. The mine manager, Abach, was already prepared. When the motorcade arrived, he immediately ordered the large magic forklifts to start loading the ores. Each large transport magic car had a capacity of around 20 tons, so 20 of them had a total capacity of less than 500 tons. The last time a motorcade came to the mine was 4 months ago, and there were already over 3,000 tons of ores in the mine. So the motorcade would have to work here for at least 3 days before they could transport all the ores. The motorcade manager Zaberto had led the motorcade here several times, so of course he was very familiar with this process. After stopping the car, he jumped out of the passenger seat. "Hey, Zaberto, call the brothers down to rest first. We came all the way here, so we have to eat a meal and drink some wine first, right?" Abach greeted Zaberto in a very familiar manner. A hearty smile appeared on Zaberto's rough face due to his constant traveling. He patted Abach's shoulder and laughed out loud. "Of course we have to eat, and we have to eat good food. Tell me, Abach, are you ready for a big bite of meat?" Of course. Every time the brothers come, I'm well prepared. It's not like you don't know." Because Abach worked in a mine all year round, he also revealed a smile on his face that was several shades darker than Zaberto's. "Relax, I had people buy 2 of the best local goats ahead of time. I guarantee you'll be satisfied." "Very good." Zaberto nodded with satisfaction as expected. Zaberto nodded in satisfaction. "The taste of the goats here. Zay, I'm drooling just thinking about it. In this cold weather, eating mutton beside a hot pot is simply a great enjoyment. But it's a pity you can't drink wine. You also know that the brothers will be delivering the goods in the afternoon, so it's easy to delay things by drinking wine." "Woo, that's right, but we won't be drinking this meal. We can wait until the brothers come back at night, and I'll properly entertain them. Drinking wine before sleeping won't affect the next day's work, right? It's a pity that this mission was given in a hurry, so most of the brothers won't be able to spend the night here, so there's no need to drink." Zaberto patted Abach and said with a sigh, "I'll thank you for your good intentions on behalf of the brothers. You just need to take care of the brothers. You can drink wine later." "Is that so? That's a pity." Abach pursed his lips, and his expression suddenly changed as he asked doubtfully, "Why are the higher-ups rushing us this time? Could it be—" Zaberto glared at Abach. "Don't make wild guesses about the higher-ups. We just need to do our jobs well." Abach was slightly startled and silently nodded. The two looked at the scene of being loaded together in a daze for a while. Then Zaberto waved to a batch. "Let's go to the mine and take a look. There's nothing to do here." Okay. A batch knew that in addition to being responsible for their transport, Zaberto also had the responsibility of patrolling the mines. Every time he went to a mine, he would investigate the specific operations of the mines and then report it. He could be considered a prosecutor sent by the higher-ups of the Chamber of Commerce. It was precisely because of this that he worked hard to establish a good relationship with Zaberto. Otherwise, he wouldn't have to curry favor with a mere transport team captain. The two went to the back of the mine and walked around. Zaberto only looked around and occasionally asked a few questions, but didn't say much. But seeing that he didn't say anything after turning around, a batch was relieved. No special response meant that the results of the inspection were good, or at least there were no problems. This meant that the higher-ups of the Chamber of Commerce were satisfied with the results of the work, which meant that a batch's evaluation would be improved, which would help him get promoted and leave this damn place. After the two finished inspecting the mine, they chatted and laughed as they prepared to return to the residential area of the mine. A batch had already prepared a sumptuous lunch to entertain Zaberto and his colleagues. But halfway there, they suddenly heard an unusually loud noise coming from outside the mine. It sounded like a lot of people were rushing over. A batch's expression suddenly changed. Zaberto looked in the direction of the noise and then looked at a batch's strange expression. "What's going on?" A batch forced a smile and waved his hand. "No, it's nothing big." Zaberto's expression sank, and he frowned. "A batch, don't blame me for not reminding you. The higher-ups of the Chamber of Commerce have never been afraid of something happening, but they are especially afraid of hiding something. I advise you not to try to hide it. I can see that this is not a small matter." A batch's expression changed a few times, and he could only sigh in the end. "I know. Sigh. It's actually not a big deal. It's just some troublemakers." Troublemakers? Zaberto was even more surprised. Where did these troublemakers come from? A batch pointed at the gate of the mine. "You'll understand when you see it." Puzzled, Zaberto followed a batch to the gate of the mine. When he looked outside, he was immediately shocked. Like most mines, Namco Mine was located in the wilderness, and there weren't many people around. But now, there was a crowd outside the gate of the mine. At a glance, there were at least 1,000 people. There were only 50 local guards in charge of the safety of the mine. Although they had the magic repeating crossbows from the Frestac Chamber of Commerce in their hands, in front of a crowd of close to 1,000 people, they were very weak. Zaberto looked around and found that this large group of people was clearly organized and had come with a purpose. There were several banners in the crowd. After seeing what was written on the banners, Zaberto's expression became strange. "Namco Mine belongs to the Darrow clan. Outsiders, get out. New flyer, get out of Namco Mine. Give us back our peace. We swear to protect our home." A batch. Where did this group of people come from? Zaberto pointed at the crowd and asked. A batch spread out his hands and sighed. "I don't know. Since last month, there were only a few dozen people who came and shouted that we should return the mine to them. Later, more and more people came, and then you see, finally, there's so many people. That's not right." Zaberto frowned and said in confusion, "Didn't these people learn their lesson from the last riot? Didn't they see what happened to the Darrow clansmen who participated in the riot? They still dare to do this. Aren't they afraid of angering our Chamber of Commerce?" A batch smiled bitterly. "The problem is that they have only been protesting and haven't done anything. We don't have a reason to attack them like last time. Then just drive them away. Do you want them to stay here and be a hindrance? You have to be able to drive them away first." A batch smiled bitterly. "It's not the first time they've caused trouble here. There were 2 times when I couldn't take it anymore and asked the Chamber of Commerce's guard station near Darrow City to help drive them away. But as soon as we drove them away, they came back again. I can't keep the guards here to help drive them away, can I? What are the mines guards doing? Why are they in a daze?" Zaberto asked. "These hired guards are all locals. Besides, there are too few of them. How can we count on them?" A batch said helplessly. Zaberto glanced at the mines guards blocking the entrance and found that they were all in a daze. They didn't seem to have any intention of driving the crowd away. He knew that Abatch was right. These hired guards could not be counted on. Then didn't you talk to these people? What do they want? I did, but it was useless. Abatch shook his head and sighed. These people want the mine. They want us to give it to them. How can I agree? Can you give them some money to send them away? That won't work. They won't accept negotiations. Zaberto frowned deeply. He looked at the crowd at the entrance of the mine that was shouting slogans, but didn't do anything drastic. He knew what was going on. It was obvious that this group of people was organized by someone behind the scenes, and they were specifically targeting this mine. Even the person behind them was targeting the new flyer. How did you drive them away before? I mean, why didn't you ask the guards to make a move? Zaberto asked. There was no other way. We could only wait for them to disperse when they were tired. Abatch replied with a bitter smile. We still have to wait for them to disperse. Zaberto looked back and saw that there were several large transport magic cars filled with ores behind the gate. Because the gate was blocked by these people, they were forced to stop behind the gate. No, this will delay things too much. Zaberto furrowed his brows and prepared to make contact with that group of people and try to negotiate. But when he took a step, there was a sound that was clearly the sound of a crossbow arrow. Looking over in surprise, he saw the crowd in front of the gate suddenly disperse, revealing an open space in the center. In the open space, there was a middle-aged man lying on his back with bulging eyes and a look of disbelief on his face. There was a crossbow arrow deeply embedded in his left chest, and there seemed to be endless blood flowing out of his chest. It instantly dyed the ground under him a dazzling red. The crowd, which had been unusually noisy just now, instantly fell into a dead silence. After waiting for half a minute, this deathly silence was broken by an unusually sharp shout. Murder! The new flyer killed people. Chapter 1067. A bone-piercing chill instantly surged into Zaberto's heart, making his scalp turn cold. It was just some locals causing trouble, which wasn't scary. As long as the other side made conditions, it meant that there was room for negotiation. However, once a dead person appeared, the nature of the matter would be completely different. The Darrow clan had always been united and xenophobic, but now they had actually killed someone at this time. Moreover, the weapon used was clearly the magic repeating crossbow in the hands of the mine guards. This meant that the Frestek Chamber of Commerce had killed first. There was no need to guess how the Darrow tribe would react in this situation. Sure enough, as soon as the scream came out, the crowd, which was still deathly silent, instantly boiled over. Countless people, who had maintained a somewhat restrained expression, were now completely replaced by anger. Kill these bastards from the other races. Kill them all. Kill. The crowd that had been blinded by blood had lost all rationality. Although the 50 guards were still holding the magic crossbows at the entrance, they didn't dare to continue firing. Thus, under the attack of nearly 1,000 people, they couldn't even stop them in the blink of an eye. The tide of people broke through the blockade and rushed into the mine. That guy over there is the leader of the mine. Kill him. Suddenly, a loud shout came from the crowd. Then, the crowd that had been rushing into the mine like headless flies all turned to look in the direction of Zaberto and Abatch. After a moment of daze, they all rushed over to the two. Abatch's face instantly turned pale, and he forcefully pulled Zaberto. Run! Zaberto's body staggered 2 steps due to Abatch's tug. After calming himself down, he shook off Abatch's hand and shouted, You are the person in charge of the mine. How can you run away at this time? Abatch looked at Zaberto in shock and anxiously said, Do you want to reason with these lunatics? Run first. At worst, we can let the guards take back the mine later. Run. It will be too late if you don't leave now. Zaberto angrily shook off Abatch's hand again. As a member of the Chamber of Commerce, running now is abandoning the trust the Chamber of Commerce has in us. After saying that, Zaberto ignored Abatch's shouts and walked towards the crowd that was rushing over. As he walked, he raised his hands and shouted, Everyone please calm down. I am. Whoosh! A few crossbow bolts came out of nowhere, and one of them pierced through Zaberto's neck, instantly stopping him from speaking. Zaberto touched his neck in shock and fell to the ground with a thud. Hashtag, the winter of year 3802 of the Continental Calendar hadn't completely passed yet, but a shocking piece of news had already spread throughout the signs, causing the entire continent to feel even colder. In the middle of March, the Frestec Chamber of Commerce's mine in the northwest of the Drow Kingdom suddenly had a conflict between the local Drow Kingdom and the Frestec Chamber of Commerce's mine. This was no ordinary conflict. In this conflict, 3 of the Darrow tribesmen died, 10 were seriously injured, and over 100 were lightly injured. It could be said that the consequences were extremely serious. However, compared to the losses of New Flyer, the losses of the Darrow tribesmen were nothing. In the conflict, the mine in New Flyer was completely occupied by the rioting Darrow tribesmen. Almost all of the equipment in the mine was damaged to varying degrees, causing direct and indirect economic losses of at least tens of thousands of gold coins. But compared to the economic losses, the truly serious losses were in terms of personnel. In the conflict, the New Flyer employees in the mine were directly attacked by the rioting Darrow tribesmen. In the end, more than 10 New Flyer employees were killed on the spot, while the remaining 40 or so New Flyer employees suffered varying degrees of injuries, and their whereabouts were unknown. Among these casualties, the most serious one was the captain of the transportation team sent by New Flyer to the Duchy of Wales and the surrounding countries. He was also responsible for the inspection and communication of the major mines in New Flyer. He was also directly killed in the conflict. This was the highest level personnel of New Flyer to die in this conflict, and also the highest level personnel to die in an accident in the 20 years since the establishment of New Flyer. As soon as the incident happened, New Flyer immediately issued a public statement, strongly condemning the atrocities of the Darrow tribesmen and giving a serious warning to the Darrow Kingdom. At the same time, the guards of New Flyer stationed near the capital of the Darrow Kingdom immediately set off to the site of the incident to deal with the aftermath. At the same time, they tried to rescue the 40 or so New Flyer employees who had lost contact. After the news was announced by New Flyer, almost everyone's first reaction was that the Darrow Kingdom was doomed this time. In the riot of the Darrow Kingdom a few years ago, because New Flyer suffered heavy losses, New Flyer unceremoniously sent out guards and obtained a certain degree of control over the Darrow Kingdom in one fell swoop. Now that something like this had happened in the Drow Kingdom, it was simply another good excuse for the Frestec Chamber of Commerce. It allowed the Frestec Chamber of Commerce to strengthen their control over the Drow Kingdom. As long as New Flyer was willing, they might even destroy the Darrow Kingdom. With the powerful combat strength of the New Flyer guards, no one doubted that they could do this. However, what happened next greatly exceeded everyone's expectations. After New Flyer announced this incident to the public and gave a warning to the Darrow Kingdom, the Kamla Empire suddenly issued a statement through the official newspaper. In this statement, the Kamla Empire stated that in the bloody conflict of the Namquo mine, it was not the Darrow tribesmen who started it, but the New Flyer mine guards who shot one of the people involved in the conflict, which caused the crowd to riot. In fact, New Flyer should bear the main responsibility for this incident. Moreover, the person who was shot first was not a local Darrow tribesman, but a Kandra tribesman. When the Kamla Empire's statement came out, it immediately caused a wave of shock. People were not shocked by the Kamla Empire's announcement of the so-called truth of the conflict, but by why the Kamla Empire would make such a statement. Although this bloody conflict was serious, before this, it was only a matter between the New Flyer and the Darrow Kingdom. With the New Flyer's current strength, as well as what happened when the Darrow Kingdom rioted, no one thought that the Darrow Kingdom would be able to resist the pressure of the New Flyer. In the end, they could only lower their heads and let the New Flyer deal with this matter. But now, the Kamla Empire suddenly jumped out and stated that the first person who was shot was someone from the Kamla Empire. What did this mean? Could it be the Kamla Empire really wanted to get involved in this matter and even go against the New Flyer? If this matter was only a matter between the New Flyer and the Darrow Kingdom, then it didn't matter which side made the first move. In any case, the Darrow Kingdom couldn't resist the New Flyer. But if that person was a Kandra tribesman and it was the New Flyer who shot him first, then it gave the Kamla Empire a good excuse to get involved in this matter. Moreover, the Kamla Empire unexpectedly chose to get involved, which really surprised everyone. Logically speaking, there was nothing wrong with the Kamla Empire's actions. Someone from the Kamla Empire was killed by a guard of Chamber of Commerce in another country. So as the motherland, of course they should stand up for this person and find out the truth. But in fact, the Kamla Empire had been working closely with the New Flyer in recent years, and the relationship between the two sides was like glue. The Kamla Empire had also made many concessions in front of the New Flyer, so in everyone's opinion, even if the first person to be killed was a Kandra tribesman, the Kamla Empire shouldn't get involved. Even if the Kamla Empire had something to say about this, they would at most discuss it with the New Flyer in private, and both sides would secretly reach an agreement to have the New Flyer compensate for this matter. But now, the Kamla Empire had exposed this matter in public, and even accused the New Flyer of maliciously fabricating the truth. This wasn't giving the New Flyer any face. Could it be that there was a crack in the cooperation between the Kamla Empire and the New Flyer? On the 2nd of April, half a month after the bloody incident at the Namco mine, the Kamla Empire announced to the public that they would send an investigation team to the Drawer Kingdom to investigate the details of this bloody incident. The day before, the New Flyer's guard stationed in the Drawer Kingdom's capital, Drawer City, had sent a small team of 500 people to the Namco mine to investigate this incident and try to take back the mine that had fallen under the control of the Drawer tribesmen. At the same time, the Drawer Kingdom's officials announced that they were willing to cooperate with the New Flyer and the Kamla Empire to investigate this incident in detail. The Drawer Kingdom's officials said that they were willing to help the New Flyer find out the truth of this incident and do their best to ensure the safety of the New Flyer's employees. But if the results of the investigation showed that the New Flyer was in fact the wrong party like the Kamla Empire said, then the Drawer Kingdom would raise a serious protest to the New Flyer to seek justice for the local Drawer tribesmen. The Drawer Kingdom's official statement also aroused all kinds of doubts in the outside world. Since the Drow Kingdom rebelled several years ago and the Frestek Chamber of Commerce suppressed it, although the Drow Kingdom didn't perish, it had been suppressed by the Frestek Chamber of Commerce. They hadn't made a single sound in the past few years. But now, at this important juncture, the Drawer Kingdom's officials suddenly jumped out and claimed that they wanted the New Flyer to seek justice for the Drawer tribesmen. Who gave them guts? Was it the Kamla Empire? With this doubt, the eyes of the entire signs instantly focused on the small Namco mine. Chapter 1068. Bah! The captain of the Frestek Chamber of Commerce's third small squad in the Drow Kingdom, the human warrior Lyses, spat at the other side before turning to look at his assistant, the elven warrior Floyd, who was the vice captain. Hey, Floyd, if we fight, how long do you think it will take to get rid of those idiots? Floyd glanced at the spit on the ground and slightly frowned. Lyses often teased him for being a woman because of his long and slender eyebrows. While wiping the spit on the ground with one foot, he looked at a campsite about 300 meters away from him. If the other side isn't prepared, 1 minute is enough. But if the other side is prepared and we fight head-on, the result is hard to say. Hard to say? Lyses suddenly raised his voice, pointed at the opposite camp, and shouted at the top of his voice, "What the F***CK is so hard to talk about. Even if this bunch of trash dares to fight us head-on, we could destroy them in minutes." Floyd glanced at the unhappy Lyses, then looked at the camp that was still quiet and shrugged. "Captain, don't waste your energy. It seems that the other side has received strict orders before they came. They are not allowed to clash with us. You can't provoke them like this." Lyses' expression changed a few times. He then put down his hand and wiped his face. He instantly regained his composure. "What do you think those guys from the Kamla Empire are thinking? They sent such a large group of people over, and they're just going to stay here and stare at us without doing anything? Did they eat too much?" Floyd tapped his forehead with a headache. "Captain, your habit of asking the obvious is very bad. It's obvious that both sides are waiting for the results of the discussion with the big shots above. Before the big shots finish the discussion, how can we, the subordinates, act without authorization?" Lyses muttered in a low voice. He looked at the opposite camp with the flag of the Kamla Empire and frowned deeply. For days ago, he led a small team of 500 guards to the Namco mine and easily drove out the local Darrow thugs who had occupied the mine, reclaiming it from their hands. However, just as they were about to restore order in the mine, the team sent by the Kamla Empire arrived. When this team with the flag of the Kamla Empire came in contact with the new flyer guards led by Lisa's, they claimed that they were just a small team that came to investigate. However, this so-called investigation team had a total of 2,000 fully armed soldiers, and there were even a lot of military magic machines among the weapons that the soldiers carried. Although the new flyer and the Kamla Empire had cooperated for many years, and the Kamla Empire bought a large number of military magic machines from the new flyer to equip their own army, compared to the huge army of more than 600,000 in the Kamla Empire, the military magic machines they bought from the new flyer were simply a drop in the bucket. Therefore, in the Kamla Empire, the army that could be equipped with military magic machines could be regarded as the elites of the Kamla Empire. They were definitely not comparable to ordinary troops. This time, the Kamla Empire suddenly sent 2,000 elites here. If it was just for a normal and ordinary investigation, no one would believe it. However, the day before Lisa's led his team here, he had already received an order from the headquarters of a new flyer guard stationed in the Drow Kingdom. The order described the Kamla Empire's sudden statement and stated that the Kamla Empire would also send people to investigate this matter and ask the team to cooperate. In the order, although the higher-ups of the Chamber of Commerce allowed the frontline guards to act according to the situation, they had to abide by the principle of not having a head-on conflict with the Kamla Empire as much as possible. Therefore, in the past few days, although there had been constant friction between the two sides, Lisa's had been suppressing his subordinates and not letting them clash with the Kamla Empire's army. However, the anger in Lisa's heart was constantly accumulating, so much so that he found the camp on the opposite side very irritating and unpleasant. Unfortunately, as Freud said, the Kamla Empire's army on the opposite side had clearly received strict orders and had been deliberately restraining them. Therefore, although there were constant friction between the two sides, it didn't escalate. Even if Lisa's wanted to teach them a lesson, he couldn't. Actually, I've thought about it carefully these past few days. We just want to take back the mine and teach the local Drow people a lesson so that they won't dare to cause trouble again. But what are these guys from the Kamla Empire trying to do? Why are they suddenly getting involved? Lisa's suddenly asked with a puzzled expression. I don't know. Freud sighed softly. Although I've done a lot of research on human behavior and social patterns, I can't completely understand all the thoughts of you humans. But I think, according to the principle of humans having a purpose in everything they do, the Kamla Empire must be trying to achieve something this time. Nonsense. Lisa's glared at Freud. They don't have a purpose at all. Why would the Kamla Empire send 2,000 people here? Do they have nothing better to do? Then he knit his brows, but I can't think of any benefits for the Kandra Empire in doing this. Could it be that they want to take a part in this mine? But the Kamla Empire is so big and has so many mines. Why would they want to compete with us for this inconspicuous mine? It's not worth it. Freud shook his head. Captain, don't think about these questions anymore. Didn't you always say that we're just guards of the Chamber of Commerce, and we just need to follow orders from above? Why should we think so much? Lisa's frowned and thought for a long time. Then he clapped his hands and relaxed his expression. You're right. This has nothing to do with me. Why would I want to come here? We'll do whatever the higher-ups want us to do. Speaking of which, what did they want us to do? Freud didn't know whether to laugh or cry. They want us to restore order in the mine and ensure its safety. They want us to wait for the Chamber of Commerce to send someone else to restore order. That's not all. There's more. Captain, you're acting up again. Freud sighed helplessly. Our other mission is to rescue the missing members of the Chamber of Commerce. But now Lisa's raised his hand and interrupted him. He tidied up his clothes and said energetically, Very well. Let's go and carry out the other mission now. Our colleagues from the Chamber of Commerce are still missing. We can't just sit here and do nothing. We need to hurry and ask the witnesses. Freud reached out his hand, but he couldn't even catch the corner of Lisa's clothes. Seeing that Lises was already striding toward the camp of the Kanla Empire, Freud didn't dare to delay. He waved his hand and signaled the 20 guards who had been following them to chase after Lises. The 2 soldiers in the Kanla Empire's uniform who were guarding the camp saw Lises and the others approaching from afar. They immediately tensed up and became alert. "Stop! This is the Kanla Empire's military camp. You are not allowed to enter without permission," one of the soldiers shouted. Lises curled his lips in disdain and said loudly, "Don't talk nonsense. Go in and tell your captain, Uther, that I'm here for my people. He has 5 minutes to hand them over to me. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite." Impolite. A strange voice sounded from inside the Kanla Empire's camp. Then, a thin middle-aged man wearing an ordinary noble's uniform instead of the Kanla Empire's uniform came out. "Captain Lises, how are you going to be impolite?" Lises glanced at him, then turned his head and said coldly, "Scram to the side. I'm looking for Captain Uther, not a sissy like you." The middle-aged man flew into a rage and pointed at Lises. "Who are you calling a sissy? You're just a small guard captain of a chamber of commerce. How dare you speak so rudely to a respected count of the Kanla Empire?" Soldiers, seize him. The 2 Kanla Empire soldiers on the left and right of the camp's gate looked at each other with troubled expressions. Not to mention that they had received strict orders not to casually clash with the new Flyers guards. Even without this strict order, how could the 2 of them dare to make a move against more than 20 people? Seeing that the 2 soldiers didn't react, Count was so angry that he stomped his feet. He pointed at Lises, his lips trembling. He wanted to curse, but he didn't dare to open his mouth. Although he had only been in contact with a new Flyers guard for less than 3 days, this Count Zidar of the Kanla Empire's southeast province had fully experienced the rudeness and unreasonableness of this new Flyers guard captain. He knew that reasoning with him was meaningless, and cursing him was even more useless. Fortunately, at this moment, a robust young man wearing the uniform of a Kanla Empire officer walked out from behind him and helped Count Zidar out of his predicament. "Lises, what are you doing here again?" Captain Uther frowned when he saw Lises and the elven man beside him, Floyd, who had a helpless smile. "Nothing. I just suddenly thought of something. The higher-ups said that you can interrogate those witnesses for 3 days. Now that 3 days have passed, shouldn't you return them to us?" Lises said. Chapter 1069. Captain Uther glanced expressionlessly at Count Zadar and nodded. "Okay, I'll give them to you." Rezes and Freud exchanged a look of surprise. In the bloody conflict in Namso, apart from the dozen new Flyer employees who were killed on the spot and the remaining 40 or so employees whose whereabouts were unknown, the most important parties involved were the other 50 mine guards who were present at the time. Because these 50 guards were hired from the local Darrow tribe, they basically survived the conflict. There were even a few who directly changed sides and blended into the rioting crowd. Later, Races led his men to the Namso mine. After driving out the rioters, he captured the 6 mine guards who blended in and prepared to interrogate them as witnesses. However, Races received orders from above to hand these witnesses over to the Kanla Empire's investigation team, who arrived later for questioning and investigation. Although Races was extremely dissatisfied, he was forced to obey the orders from above and hand them over. He was scheduled to come back in 3 days to take them back, because these witnesses were the ones who had the best understanding of the situation. They were actually very important. Races originally thought that the Kanla Empire would not let them go so easily. He didn't expect that Captain Uther would agree to his request so easily. After being stunned for a moment, Races immediately nodded despite feeling that something was wrong. "Okay, then hand them over now. We still have some things to ask." Captain Uther turned his head and spoke to one of his men. The man then ran into the camp, obviously to make the necessary preparations. Races glanced at Captain Uther, who always seemed to have a wooden expression, then looked at Count Zadar, who had the same indifferent expression. He had a bad premonition in his heart. However, he was currently in front of the Kanla Empire's military camp. There was not much he could do but wait quietly. After a while, two Kamla Empire soldiers rushed out of the camp in an open carriage. From afar, Lises saw a few bulging human figures behind the open carriage, as well as a piece of rag covering them. His face immediately darkened. When the carriage approached, he strode forward and lifted the ragged cloth. He saw 6 corpses piled up messily in the carriage like broken sacks. They had long lost all signs of life. These 6 corpses were, of course, the 6 capture mine guards. Races glanced at the 6 corpses. After confirming that none of them were alive, he turned to look at Uther with a grim expression. "What's going on? What do you mean what happened? Didn't you want me to return them to you? I've already paid it back." Captain Uther's face remained expressionless as he replied, "Return my ass." Lises was furious. 3 days ago, I handed you 6 living people, and now you're giving me 6 corpses? You call this giving it back to me? Captain Lises, please watch your words. Captain Uther's expression did not change at all. When we made the agreement 3 days ago, we didn't say whether we would return you the dead or alive, so it's not considered a breach of contract. Lises pointed angrily at Captain Uther, but he suddenly caught a glimpse of Count Zeidel's snickering face. After thinking for a while, he put down his hand, took a deep breath, and forced himself to calm down. "Well then, tell me, how'd they die?" "Nothing much. We used a little trick to extort confession. They couldn't endure it and died. That's all," Captain Uther replied. "A little trick? Good. Very good." Lises was so angry that his hands trembled. He wanted nothing more than to punch Captain Uther's wooden face. These 6 guards were extremely important witnesses in this incident. Now that they were all dead, didn't that mean that the truth of this matter would be hidden forever? In the end, their testimonies were all in the hands of the Kamla Empire, so the Kamla Empire could fabricate whatever they wanted. Naturally, it would be extremely disadvantageous for the new flyer. Of course, this was based on the fact that the Kamla Empire was serious about this matter with the new flyer. Although this possibility was not high, if the result of this matter was disadvantageous to the new flyer, it could easily affect the new flyer's reputation. It would be a moderate blow to the new flyer. Ever since these guys from the Kamla Empire came here, he had been feeling extremely aggrieved. Now that such an outcome had occurred, Lises could not help but feel angry. However, he was also very clear that he could not do anything without orders from above. Thus, he glared at Captain Uther for a while before turning to leave. Freud, who stayed behind, coughed lightly and waved his hand to the new flyer guards behind him, signaling them to pull the carriage away. He then nodded to Captain Uther and turned to leave. After returning to the new flyer guard camp, Lises was indeed waiting for Freud in his exclusive barracks. At this time, Lises did not look angry at all. His expression was very calm, but his brows were slightly furrowed, as if he was thinking about something. "Freud, do you feel that something is wrong?" "Of course." Freud nodded. "It's not unexpected that they killed these 6 witnesses, but it's a little strange that they did it so straightforwardly and obviously. Yes, combined with their actions in the past few days, I even suspect that they deliberately wanted to provoke us. But they restrained their subordinates and did not confront us head-on. Could it be that they have been waiting for us to make the first move? But what's in it for them?" Freud thought for a moment and slowly shook his head. "I don't know. There's too little information to judge." "That's true." After thinking for a while, Lises suddenly asked Freud, "How confident are you that you won't be discovered?" "If there's no magician of the 8th level or above in the enemy camp, then I'm 100% confident." "All right then, go and try it tonight. See if you can find out anything." "What if there's a magician of the 8th level or above?" "If you're discovered, withdraw immediately. If you can't, reveal your identity. I don't believe that they would dare to do anything to you." "Okay. ##### at night." A subtle fluctuation of air quietly flowed into the Kamla Empire's military camp outside the Namso mine. It went straight to the center of the camp. This wave of energy only stopped when it reached a tent that was obviously larger than the surrounding area. In the shadow of the camp, a vague shadow that was too faint for ordinary people to notice at all appeared. It was Freud. After sneaking into the tent that was supposed to be the commander's residence, Freud slowed down his movements and tried his best to suppress the fluctuation of magic in his body and the surrounding space. He even almost stopped breathing. As a high-grade elven warrior, this was an ability that none of his peers in the guards could compare to. It was also a skill unique to elven warriors. Because of this skill, the guard would always send out elven guards when they needed to carry out a stealth operation. However, this mission was more special and more important. That was why Lises had asked Freud to go out in person. After waiting quietly for a moment and making sure that he wasn't discovered, Freud slowly condensed magic in his ears again to strengthen his hearing. A moment later, all sorts of noises from the camp entered his ears. However, after listening for a long time, Freud found that there was not a single sound coming from the tent beside him. Freud couldn't help but feel a little strange. It wasn't strange for a lowly human noble like Count Zadar to do something at night. However, Captain Uther should be in the camp at night no matter what. Why wasn't there any movement at all? Freud thought for a moment and extended a finger, carefully releasing a trace of magic. However, when his magic touched the tent, there was still no change or effect. Now, he could be sure that this tent wasn't set up with a soundproof spell. That's strange. Why aren't these fellows in the tent? What are they doing? Freud slightly strengthened the magic elements around his ears and further strengthened his magic power, allowing him to hear all the sounds in the camp. Even so, he still didn't hear any sound from Captain Uther or Count Zadar. What made her even more curious was that the sounds in this tent were much quieter than she had imagined. Although there was a lot of noise, it was much quieter than a 2,000-man camp. However, now wasn't the time to think about this. Freud listened for a while longer and made sure that there was still no sound from Captain Uther or Count Zadar. After a moment of hesitation, he lay on the ground and lifted a corner of the tent to take a look inside. Sure enough, there was a huge tent in front of them. Moreover, it was lit up by a magic lamp, so they could see everything clearly. However, there was indeed no sign of Captain Uther or Count Zadar. There was only an old man in black robes sitting in the middle of the tent. He looked to be close to 60 years old and was wearing a long black robe. As soon as Freud's gaze fell on him, the old man instantly reacted and turned his head. His eyes shot out a dazzling light and collided with Freud's gaze. Oh no! Freud's heart tightened, and he didn't hesitate to condense his magic again. His body instantly melted into the darkness as he turned and walked away. With a single glance, he was certain that the old man in the tent was at least a level 9 mage, perhaps even more powerful. He was no match for him at all. However, just as he moved, he suddenly felt the magic in the surrounding space become chaotic. A pillar of mud surged up from the ground and firmly stuck his legs together, making it impossible for him to move at all. The next moment, the old mage suddenly appeared beside him and looked at him with an amused expression. Elves? It's really hard to find such an experimental subject. Freud was shocked, but he didn't even manage to utter a single syllable before he lost consciousness. The moment he closed his eyes, he suddenly saw a ray of fire soaring into the sky from afar. That direction seemed to be the direction of the mine. Chapter 1070. Boom! The huge explosion instantly woke Lises, who was looking at the Kamla Empire's barracks in the distance through the window. However, before he could react, he already felt a sudden wave of air. The workers' room in this mine was not built firmly, and it was shaken by this abnormally powerful wave of air. The windows were directly shattered into pieces and flew toward Lises along with the wave of air. Lises shouted coldly, and the aura in his body circulated, blocking all the incoming debris. He then jumped out of the room that was already shaking and seemed to be about to collapse in the next moment. When he turned his head to take a look, Lises was shocked. The living area of the mine had fallen into a sea of fire at this time, and wreckage caused by the explosion was everywhere. He could even see a few disfigured corpses lying on the ground. The guards had already fallen asleep, but at this time, they were awakened by the explosion, and all of them ran out of the barracks. It was a good thing that the Frestac Chamber of Commerce's guards were strictly trained, so even in this sudden situation, they were still fully armed. Moreover, they were only a bit panicked at first, but they quickly calmed down and prepared to gather. Lisa's had no idea what had happened, but in this situation, it was obvious that he had to show his role as the captain. However, just as he was about to loudly order his men to assemble and prepare to deal with the enemy, he suddenly heard a shrill sound coming from the sky behind him to the right. He turned his head in horror and saw an incomparably bright light in the sky flying toward him at high speed. Spread out. Lisa's did not care about giving any more orders. He could only turn his head and shout at the guards who were gathering here. Then he pounced to the side. Boom! Another deafening explosion rang out beside his ears. Following that, an equally terrifying shockwave swept over, causing Race's body to involuntarily roll twice on the ground. When Lisa's got up from the ground again, his whole body was already scratched by the debris on the ground. 2 streaks of blood were left on his face, making him look extremely terrifying. However, he did not care about this at all. He looked around and found that the explosion this time was a little further away than the first attack. Moreover, his guards had made the correct response before the explosion, so they did not suffer any losses. Get up, gather quickly, and retreat outside. Retreat. Did you hear that? Races roared and grabbed the collar of another vice captain who was running over. Go and start up all the trucks in the warehouse. We have to run for our lives. After giving his instructions, Lisa's frowned and looked at the Canla Empire's camp in the distance, only to find that it was quiet and peaceful. It was as though the commotion here had nothing to do with them. Not a single soldier came out to watch the commotion. Lisa's knew that something was amiss, but he couldn't care less now. In comparison, he was more worried about Freud, who should have infiltrated the Canla Empire's camp. Logically speaking, Freud should have noticed the huge commotion. With his speed, he should have returned by now. But until now, he still hadn't seen him. Could it be that something had happened to him? Captain, the rest of our brothers are all here. What should we do next? A question pulled Lisa's back from his worries. He turned around and saw that there were still hundreds of his subordinates left. He waved his hand. Retreat. Everyone had just moved when there was another dazzling red light that cut through the night sky, falling in their direction. This time, the ray of light landed directly in the middle of the barracks. Oh! A violent explosion sounded, and several houses were directly blown into ruins. The mine was suddenly turned into a mess. Don't look! Quickly leave. Lisa's roared out. He waved his hand at his subordinates again before leading them to the warehouse with the magic cars. Halfway through, the vice captain had already rushed out of the storeroom with a panicked look on his face. Captain, the magic cars in the warehouse have been tampered with. They can't start. What? Lisa's eyes widened. Lisa's eyes widened. Weren't their brothers watching over them the entire time? How could they have been tampered with? The vice captain had a bitter look. I don't know either. Lisa's wanted to punch him, but he knew that this wasn't the time to care about this. He calmed down to think for a bit before turning to look at the Canla Empire's camp before heading to the back of the mine. Come with me. A group of new flyer guards followed Lisa's to the back of the mine. They climbed halfway up the mountain and circled around before entering the forest behind the mine. This backup retreat route was determined by Freud when they set up camp 4 days ago. Lisa's had mocked Freud for being too careful, saying that they wouldn't use it at all, but he never thought that they would be forced to use it now. Captain, where's Vice Captain Freud? Why don't I see him? An elven guard suddenly asked in a small voice. Lisa's looked at him and said in a sharp voice, Don't ask anything now. Just focus on moving. That elven warrior's eyes dimmed before he became silent again. Lisa's felt the atmosphere around him become a bit stiff, but he wasn't as good at speaking as Freud. He didn't know how to liven up the atmosphere in the group, so he could only move forward. Captain, where are we going now? After a while, another vice captain asked in a low voice. Be careful and hide. We'll meet back at the base. Lisa's replied in a deep voice. Yes. With a clear goal in mind, the atmosphere in the team suddenly became solemn. Although this attack in the middle of the night was too sudden and it was out of everyone's expectations, these new flyer guards had been trained very strictly and they were all elite warriors from different races. Even if they didn't have the military magic machines, they were very strong just based on themselves, so they didn't panic at all. There are even some guards who were curious why Captain Lisa's chose to retreat as soon as possible. To them, even if the enemy had a powerful weapon like the magic cannon, it wasn't like they couldn't fight back. This optimistic mood was quickly dealt a heavy blow. When the group came out of the forest and was about to go around the mountain behind the mine, there were two dazzling lights that came at them. Hong, hong! Two huge explosions rang out in the center of the team, and the remaining 400 guards were all blown up into the air. When Lisa's was still in the air, he spat out a mouthful of blood. If it wasn't for the fact that he was wearing a set of magic armor and had activated a magic shield in time, he would have been shattered by that attack. However, the giant impact had still injured his internal organs, making him feel very uncomfortable. When he was prepared to turn around and land, there was a bright pillar of light that fell down from the sky, covering a large area of the guards. Under the cover of this pillar of light, the mana shield on Lisa's body was rapidly depleting its energy, and it was about to run out. This fact filled his heart with shock. It had to be known, the magic armor he was wearing was the third-generation magic armor designed by New Flyer. When a magic shield was filled with magic, it was enough to block an 8th-grade spell. This meant that this pillar of light that appeared out of nowhere was not weaker than an 8th-grade spell. After thinking this through, Lisa's didn't have any hope in his heart. He twisted his body and rolled in the air twice before falling to the ground and rolling a few more times. He returned to the forest and hid behind a tree. Then he quickly turned on the communication device on his magic armor and gave the order to his team in a low voice. Brothers, retreat and find a chance to return to the base. That's all. After giving this order, Lisa's didn't even look back as he charged into the forest without any hesitation. The enemy that suddenly appeared was very well prepared. Not only did they have powerful weapons like the magic cannons, they might even have more than one high-grade magician. It was far from what their small guard team that was only equipped with military magic machines could resist. The most important thing right now was to escape as much as possible. The goal of the New Flyer guards was to preserve their strength as much as possible in a situation where they couldn't fight back. After all, New Flyer had large amounts of military magic machines on every guard, and they had undergone long-term training. They had invested over 10,000 gold coins in total. Losing a single guard was a large loss for New Flyer that they couldn't accept. The Frestac Chamber of Commerce's guards were all elite warriors of different races. Although the attack this time was strong, with their powerful strength and the powerful defense of their magic armors, although they were in a sorry state, there weren't many people who lost their lives. After regaining their senses, they immediately received Lisa's order and quickly judged the current situation. Thus, all the guards returned to the forest without hesitation. After a while, they disappeared into the night one by one without a trace. After a wild explosion between the forest and the outside world, it finally calmed down. When the light of the magic faded, a large team of over 1,000 people came from the other side of the forest. They charged into the forest to search, leaving only 4 people at the entrance of the forest. Under the light of the flames, the faces of the 4 people could be seen. 2 of them were Captain Uther and Count Zadar, whom Lisa's had seen over the past few days. Chapter 1071. Captain Uther and Count Zadar had very ugly looks on their faces. They all escaped. Count Zadar couldn't suppress the shock in his eyes. With such a strong attack, they actually couldn't keep them here? This is too unbelievable. Captain Uther glanced at him and turned to look at the only old man among the 4 who was wearing a magic robe. Master Jonah, what do you think? The old magician called Master Jonah also had an ugly look on his face. After looking around, he replied in a deep voice, "It was my mistake. I thought that an 8th-grade spell would be enough to keep them here, but I never thought that they would be able to take it. You are a great magician. Why didn't you just use a forbidden spell? Now that they've all escaped, our mission has completely failed. Do you understand?" Count Zadar angrily roared out. Master Jonah coldly looked at him. You think that a forbidden spell doesn't need time to prepare? Moreover, the forbidden spell created such a large commotion, they would have noticed it ahead of time. It was completely useless. Then at least use a 9th grade spell, alright. Was with an 8th grade spell. You're this stingy with your magic power? Don't you know how important this mission is? Don't you know? Captain Uther knit his brows and raised his hand to stop Count Zadar from continuing his accusations. He looked at the other middle-aged man who had a normal appearance, but was also wearing a noble's robe. Duke Roman, these new flyer guards are definitely planning to escape back to their base near Drow City. I need your Drow Kingdom to help us so we can stop them on the road. The middle-aged man called Duke Roman nodded. No problem. This place is still 500 kilometers away from the Drow City base. They don't have a magic car, so it'll take them several days to get there on foot. We have enough time to catch them. After saying this, Duke Roman gave a laugh. Actually, you don't need to worry too much. Although we let them escape this time, they can't escape our Drow Kingdom no matter what. Then again, so what if they run back to the base? Perhaps when they arrive, the base will already be in our hands, right? Captain Uther gave a slight nod before saying to Master Jonah and Count Zadar, "This matter shouldn't be delayed. We need to move now. Master Jonah, you'll move with us. Sir Count Zadar, I have to ask you to go back and personally report this matter. As for the following actions, we'll see how the Empire's side. All right, I'll leave." After the four's discussion, they left magic's magic. Hashtag the Kandra Empire's capital Wimbledon City was around 2,000 kilometers away from the Namco mine. But because it was in the northwest direction, if one calculated it according to Earth's latitude, it was only around a time zone away. Thus, when the sun had completely enveloped the entire Namco mine, Wimbledon City could only see the rising sun. At this time, Sue had already climbed out of bed. After doing the usual exercise, the two maids pushed the door open and came in, intending to serve Sue as he got up. Sue waved his hand to dismiss them and went straight to the front hall. After waiting for a while, the head of the Kandra Imperial Magical Industries Administration, Raphael Count of Islewin, finally arrived. "Chairman Sue, you're up early. I thought you'd be used to the warmth and fragrance at home and wouldn't come out until the sun was high up in the sky." The Count of Islewin laughed and welcomed him warmly. "I don't have the habits of those rotten nobles." Sue glanced at the Count of Islewin and stood up. "Let's go. We have to seize the time and try to solve the problem today." The Count of Islewin was slightly surprised. "Chairman Sue, there's no need to be in such a hurry. It's not easy for you to come to Wimbledon City. You should stay here and play for a few more days. I prepared a lot of good programs today. You see, let's go have breakfast first, and then the problem isn't solved. I'm not in the mood to play." Sue shook his head and bluntly rejected the Count of Islewin's good intentions. Or is it that the Kamla Empire has no plans to solve the problem at all? This sentence was very rude. The Count of Islewin's smile froze. Then he forced a smile and said, "How could that be? We invited Chairman Sue to be our guest this time to discuss how to solve the problem." Sue looked into the Count of Islewin's eyes and seriously said word for word, "Sir Count, I've already wasted 2 days here. I can't keep wasting time. Do you understand what I mean? Actually, even if Chairman Sue didn't say anything, we also had the idea of solving the problem. We just needed to prepare a bit in the past 2 days, but now we've prepared everything. Chairman Sue, please come with me." Sue nodded and followed the Count of Islewin out to a magic sedan. Then they drove out of Wimbledon City and headed east. "Sir Count, where are we going?" Sue asked with knit brows. "I'll reveal a bit to Chairman Sue first." The Count of Islewin lowered his voice. "The conflict between us this time is related to an important person in the military. So before we discuss this, it's best to reach an agreement with the military. Hearing that Chairman Sue came to Wimbledon City, this important person in the military wants to see you." Important person in the military? Sue was confused. Could it be that the Kamla Empire suddenly intervened in the bloody conflict at Namu-Kuo and even sent an army of 2,000 people to the Namu-Kuo mine because of the Kamla Empire's military? With this question in mind, The magic sedan quickly drove for around an hour before entering a field to the north of Wimbledon City, finally entering a large manor. When Su-yi came out of the magic sedan, he saw several dozen fully armed soldiers surrounding him. Just based on this, it showed that the owner of this manor was different from the others. The other nobles would at most have some private guards in their manors, but in this manor, there were regular soldiers wearing the uniform of the Canla Empire. The Count of Aylwin, who came out of the car, saw these soldiers surrounding him and obediently raised his hands, letting the soldiers touch him. Seeing the strange look he looked at him. The Count of Aylwin said with a smile, "This is the rule here. I asked Chairman Su to understand." He was surprised. The Count of Aylwin was the minister of the Kandra Imperial Magical Industries Administration, so he was considered a high position. But after coming to this manor, he had to be searched like this. Could it be that the owner of this manor was an important person that he couldn't compare to? Even if he went to see the Emperor of the Canla Empire, it wouldn't be like this. Thinking of this, he still raised his hands. However, just as the soldiers were about to touch him, an old but heroic laughter suddenly rang out. "All right, you can all leave. Chairman Su is a powerful, great magician. Weapons aren't important to him at all." He looked in the direction of the voice and saw an old man with white hair and a very strong body. He was wearing a military uniform, and his face was glowing. "Chairman Su, it's the first time we've met. You really are so young that I'm surprised." The old man in military uniform laughed. "I'm Camber Sudirman. I think you should have heard of my name." He raised his eyebrows. "Marshal of the Canla Empire, the famous Canla war god. How could I not have heard of your name?" "Haha, what war god? That's all in the past. Ever since I became this bullshit marshal, I haven't been on the battlefield for close to 20 years. Marshal Sudirman waved his hand and laughed loudly. He nodded lightly. From the information he had, this marshal, who had a very high reputation in the Canla Empire, who was not inferior to the Emperor in the hearts of most Canla Empire people, had not been on the battlefield since the war with the Malar Empire 19 years ago. But this had nothing to do with him. After a pause, He asked with a frown, "Marshal, may I know why you summoned me this time?" "Good. Straightforward." Marshal Sudirman gave Yi a thumbs up as a sign of praise, then grabbed Yi's arm and pulled him into the manor. "You can talk about it after we go in. Although I'm a rough person, I still know the basic etiquette of hospitality." Marshal Sudirman was very strong, so he could only move forward involuntarily. When he looked back, he found that the Count of Aylwin did not follow. It seemed that Marshal Sudirman had specially prepared this meeting for Yi. He was still very confused. He was only a businessman after all. Logically speaking, he should have nothing to do with Marshal Sudirman, who had the highest prestige in the Canla Empire's military. Why did Marshal Sudirman specifically want to see him? The two quickly arrived at the meeting room in the middle of the manor. After taking a seat, Marshal Sudirman looked at Yi and asked, "Chairman Su, I don't like to talk nonsense. This time, I specifically came to see you to ask you a question. Please answer truthfully. Please speak. Does New Flyer never plan to transfer the military magic machine technology to the Canla Empire?" He was stunned. He didn't expect Marshal Sudirman to ask such a sensitive question right off the bat. After thinking for a moment, he shook his head and said, "That's not the case. Sir Marshal, according to the strategic partnership agreement we signed, we are gradually transferring the military magic machine technology according to the development of the magic machine industry in the Empire. It's not that we don't want to transfer it at all. Bah, what's the use of those inferior things? For our Empire, it's no different than not having them." Marshal Sudirman said with disdain. "Sir Marshal, you can't say it like that. Everything needs to be done step by step, especially things like the military magic machines. They need a long time to be completely mastered, even if I really do transfer them now. So you're still not willing to give those technologies to us, right?" Marshal Sudirman rudely interrupted Yi. Yi frowned. "Sir Marshal, I think I've already made it very clear. Also, our company has cooperated with your country for so long. We've already explained these principles countless times. I don't believe that you don't understand." "I understand. That's why I called you here this time to give you one last chance. Marshal Sudirman looked at Sue E with a sharp gaze. But it's clear that you don't intend to cherish this opportunity. I'll ask you again, are you willing to transfer the military magic machine technology to the Kanla Empire? A sense of danger filled Su Yi's heart as he looked at Marshal Sudirman with knitted brows. Sir Marshal, what do you mean? Chapter 1072. Marshal Sudirman stared at Su Yi and said in a deep voice, Chairman Su, do you know what I was most famous for when I was on the battlefield? Su Yi slowly shook his head, and the uneasiness in his heart grew stronger. Marshal Sudirman suddenly summoned him today, so it probably wasn't anything good. Marshal Sudirman didn't seem to notice Su Yi's expression at all and continued to speak. When I was on the battlefield, the most important thing I relied on wasn't a powerful military force, logistics, or anything else that could be seen, but this. Marshal Sudirman pointed at his head with his finger. Intelligence has always been the most important and most reliable weapon in this old man's eyes. It's far more useful than having a lot of military force. But Chairman Su, do you know what's the most important thing when it comes to intelligence? Su, he didn't answer, but the mana in his body had already begun to quietly circulate. Wisdom, to put it bluntly, is nothing more than an accurate judgment of the situation. If you want to make an accurate judgment, you have to know all the relevant points in the entire situation. Only then can you make the most appropriate choices and arrangements. Liao shook his head and said, I've always liked to have everything under my control before battle. Only then can I have complete control of the situation. Therefore, the thing that I hate the most in my life is all unstable factors because they will cause my judgment to be wrong. Su Yi frowned slightly. The so-called unstable factor, could it be that he was referring to the new flyer? Chairman Su, you and your new flyer, or more accurately, the military magic machines produced by your new flyer, are the unstable factors that I hate the most. They're also the unstable factors that have the greatest impact on the Kanla Empire. So, Marshal, what do you want to do? Hearing Marshal Sudirman finally say this, Su Yi calmed down and asked in return, I have always only one way to deal with unstable factors. Either I control them in my own hands and turn them from unstable factors into stable factors. Or, Marshal Sudirman looked at Su Yi with eyes that couldn't hide his killing intent at all. That's to destroy it. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Yi suddenly felt as if the mana space around him had solidified. All the mana in the space seemed to have frozen, and the mana no longer flowed as quickly as it normally did. Instead, the mana stopped flowing. Su Yi instantly activated the mana within his body, only to discover that his mana could no longer affect the surrounding mana. In other words, he couldn't cast any magic at all. Anti-magic space? Su Yi raised his eyebrows and looked at Marshal Sudirman in surprise. Marshal, you really think highly of me. In order to deal with me, they even used such a top-tier magic trap. Chairman Su, I've long heard that you're an extremely outstanding magic genius. You've even become a powerful advanced mage in your early 40s. Of course, I have to treat you with caution. What's more, since I've already decided to make a move against you, I have to make sure that nothing goes wrong. Otherwise, if I let you escape, the consequences will be very serious. Marshal Sudirman said seriously. Su Yi revealed a faint smile. Lord Marshal, can I ask you something? Does His Majesty know that you're doing this? Marshal Sudirman and Su Yi looked at each other for a moment, but didn't answer the question. Instead, he waved his hand and said, You're going to die soon. There's no point in knowing so much. Is that so? I don't think so. The corners of Su Yi's mouth curled up slightly. He waved his hand gently, and a strange wave of mana immediately spread out from his body. The mana that had been solidified in the surrounding mana space seemed to have come back to life in an instant, regaining their liveliness and vitality. Then, a deep chill quickly surged toward Marshal Sudirman. In the blink of an eye, it was less than half a meter away from him. A spot of fire suddenly lit up in front of Marshal Sudirman's chest. Then, it turned into a ball of bright light with traces of pitch-black flames. After the chill collided with the ball of flames, it was like two strange streams of air mixed together. In the blink of an eye, they canceled each other out, leaving behind a cloud of mist that drifted away. The mist dissipated, and an old man in a maroon magic robe stood in front of Marshal Sudirman. Suyi's gaze swept across the old man's face, and his pupils suddenly shrank. Archmage Leduca? Archmage Leduca was one of the 9 archmages of the Kamla Empire. Because he was extremely proficient in fire magic, he even had the title of Fire Dragon Archmage. Suyi didn't expect that in order to deal with him, Marshal Sudirman not only offered his private manor as a venue, but even invited a magus. Seeing the shock on Suyi's face, Marshal Sudirman chuckled. Chairman Su, I've already said that I don't like accidents happening when I want to do something. In order to keep you here, it's only right to invite a respectable magus. Oh, Suyi's gaze swept across Marshal Sudirman and Archmage Leduca in front of him with a hint of ridicule. He shook his head with a smile. Marshal Sudirman, if this is the final choice your Kamla Empire will make to a partner, then I can only express my disappointment. The smile on Marshal Sudirman's face froze, and then he coldly snorted. It doesn't matter if you're disappointed or not. After today, you're a dead man. Then the new flyer will also be divided between the Kamla Empire and the Malar Empire, right? Suyi shrugged. Don't look at me with such a strange expression. If it wasn't for the private agreement with the Malar Empire, would your Kamla Empire dare to jump out alone and use such a despicable method to deal with me? Marshal Sudirman didn't say anything. Suyi shook his head and sighed. I originally thought that by establishing a relationship with the Kamla Empire and the Malar Empire at the same time, I could use the restraints between your two empires to gradually strengthen myself. However, I still underestimated the shamelessness of your two old empires. That's right. Instead of passively cooperating with our Chamber of Commerce and waiting for us to agree to transfer some of our technology to you, it's better to cooperate with us first and get rid of our new flyer before discussing how to divide the spoils. Wouldn't that be better? Suyi's gaze swept across Marshal Sudirman's ugly expression, and he let out a mocking laugh. That's a good idea, but Marshal, can you or the Kamla Empire do it? Marshal Sudirman's face was cold as he snorted. Chairman Su, seeing that you're about to die, I'll let you say a few more words. I didn't expect you to talk nonsense for half a day. You've really disappointed me. Since you don't cherish this precious time, then, Archmagus Reduca, send Chairman Su on his way. Archmagus Reduca's eyes narrowed, and Su immediately felt the magic elements in the mana space solidify again. Moreover, the feeling was even stronger than before. The next moment, a ball of fiery red with a strong purple flame attacked him. AI, Archmagus Reduca, you might not have heard of this saying. The same move can't be used twice against the Saint Seiya. As soon as his voice fell, Suyi's figure suddenly disappeared. The next moment, he appeared in front of the living room's door. Ah, as expected, you laid down an imprisonment array. I have to say, Marshal's preparations are truly sufficient. Suyi reached out a finger with a smile to poke at the empty space around the door. Dark to the extreme, as if even one's vision would be sucked in, appeared in the air and covered the entire door. These cracks didn't look very conspicuous, but Suyi was very clear that each crack represented an extremely dangerous spatial crack. This kind of spatial crack was very frightening. If he rashly charged through, his body would definitely be cut open in an instant. And with so many spatial cracks blocking in front of him, if Suyi still dared to rashly charge through, what awaited him would be his body being cut into countless pieces. Moreover, these spatial cracks also blocked Suyi's ability to use space magic to escape. It could be said to be the strongest cage for a magician, making it impossible for Suyi to instantly escape. Chairman Su, if you're willing to surrender and surrender to us, I can only have Archmagus Reduca cripple your origin of magic and keep your life. After all, you have a lot of value. It would be a pity to kill you like this. Marshal Sudirman suddenly said. Marshal, you should be very clear on my answer. Suyi replied. Yes, that's why I didn't have this idea from start. Marshal Sudirman nodded. Moreover, I don't like unstable factors, and you are the most unstable factor. Killing you is the safest choice for me. Archmagus Reduca, do it. Archmagus Reduca had been silent since he appeared, but at this time, he gave Su-Yi a light nod. Chairman Su, you are an extremely talented magician. Originally, I shouldn't make a move against a magician with such great talent and a bright future like you. This goes against the basic principles of the Sorcerer's Guild. However, now that the Sorcerer's Guild has been half crippled by you, this principle no longer has any meaning. Su-Yi couldn't help laughing. All right, Archmagus Reduca, if you want to make a move, then make a move. Why do you have to find an excuse for yourself? It sounds a bit funny. Archmagus Reduca's face sunk. He raised his right hand and slowly pointed at Su-Yi. This finger didn't seem to be threatening at all, but Su-Yi's face became very serious. However, he didn't move much and only stood in place, staring at Archmagus Reduca's finger. See, a very twisted spatial crack shot out from Archmagus Reduca's finger and instantly appeared in front of Su-Yi. Su-Yi let out a soft breath, and the magic in his body crazily surged before condensing at the tip of his right hand. He reached out and pointed at the dark spatial crack that didn't seem to have much power. The space around Su-Yi's finger first expanded, then shrank, then expanded again, and shrank again. After repeating this countless times at a speed that couldn't be seen with the naked eye, the entire space suddenly exploded. Boom! An incomparably terrifying shockwave swept out, and all the magic elements in the surrounding space exploded. It was like a powerful bomb had been detonated. The shockwave even swept out several hundred meters and turned everything in the area to dust. Other than the area under Su-Yi's feet and behind him, only the area under Archmagus Reduca's feet and the area where Marshal Sudirman was standing behind him remained intact. One could still see the appearance of the hall's floor. The rest of the area seemed to have turned into a desolate desert in an instant. What was even weirder was that hundreds of meters away, outside the desert that had suddenly appeared, all the flowers, plants, trees, and greenery in Marshal Sudirman's private manor were still intact. Furthermore, there was a very clear boundary between them and the desert, which looked very strange. However, the strangeness of this situation couldn't compare to the strangeness of Archmagus Reduca's expression. He stared at Su-Yi in a daze with a face full of shock and disbelief. After a long while, he shook his stiff right arm and fingers and let out a slightly hoarse cry of surprise from his mouth. You're actually already an Archmagus? Chapter 1073. For the mages of the signs, there was a very clear difference in strength between normal mages and great mages. The most important, or perhaps the most obvious point, was that great mages could grasp space magic while normal mages couldn't. As for the next level, there was a clear difference between great mages and archmagi, and this difference was also reflected in space magic. Although normal great mages could grasp a certain amount of space magic and use it, such as the space teleportation magic that most great mages could grasp, it was still far from being able to truly use magic to control space. Only mages who had reached the level of Archmage in the truest sense could rely on their superior control of magical elements and their superior understanding of spatial magic to control the magical space at will. They could even form an independent magical space that belonged solely to them. This magic space was called a domain by most mages and belonged exclusively to Archmagi. Before and after Archmagus Reduca appeared, he had attacked Su-Yi twice, causing the magic elements in the magic space around Su-Yi to solidify. They couldn't be controlled by Su-Yi, so he couldn't easily use magic. However, Archmagus Reduca could. This was because this magic space had been absorbed into his domain. However, Su-Yi had easily resolved the previous 2 times, which made Archmagus Reduca have a trace of doubt. Although this attack appeared to be very simple, it was an extremely powerful spatial magic attack that he had condensed a large amount of magic power, as well as all of the magic spells in the mana space in this domain. Under this kind of attack, Mages that didn't have a thorough understanding of space magic had no way of blocking it. It could even be said that mages below the level of Archmagus had no way of dealing with this magic and could only try their best to escape. However, the surrounding magic space had already been absorbed into Archmagus Reduca's domain. Low-level mages couldn't even escape. Therefore, from Archmagus Reduca's point of view, since he had already used this magic, Su-Yi could only die. There was no other possibility. However, she didn't expect that Su-Yi didn't dodge at all, but took it head-on. Looking at Su-Yi, who looked like nothing had happened and had a faint smile on his face, Archmagus Reduca couldn't hold back the shock in his heart and cried out. Su-Yi, this guy, had actually unknowingly become an Archmage. If he wasn't a Grand Magus, he wouldn't have been able to withstand that attack. But Su-Yi seemed to be in his early 40s this year, right? For a mage, being able to become a great mage in his early 40s was already one in a million. It could be said that his talent was astonishing. However, Su-Yi had already become a great magician when he was around 30 years old, and now he had actually become an Archmagus. In the history of signs, there had never been a case of someone becoming a magister in their 40s. The most talented mage in history, one of the few Grand Magi in history, the legendary Magister Kohler, who was known as the pride of all mages, had waited until he was 53 years old to become an Archmage. Archmagus Reduca suddenly felt a trace of regret in his heart. With Su-Yi's incomparably shocking talent for magic, as long as he continued down the path of magic, he might be able to break through the limitations of the human mages in signs and become a dazzling figure in signs, a new Grand Magus that was destined to be recorded in the annals of history. If this became a reality, it would be a great encouragement for all the mages in signs. This meant that the human mages weren't deteriorating like many people said. Instead, they still had the hope of becoming a peak Grand Magus and becoming the god of magic in everyone's hearts. However, after turning around to look at the pale-faced Marshal Sudirman, Archmagus Reduca regained his calm. Although Su-Yi's shocking talent for magic was great news for all the mages in signs, he was still the enemy of the Kamla Empire. As a person of the Kamla Empire, and someone who had climbed up to the position of Magister under the nurturing of the Kamla Empire, Archmagus Reduca had to follow the principles set by the Magicians Guild. However, he still had to consider the benefits of the Kamla Empire. Moreover, he was one of the two Magisters who had signed an agreement with the Kamla Empire's military. This operation was personally arranged by Marshal Sudirman, personally led by him, and even personally led by him. It was the highest standard operation that the Kamla Empire's military rarely had in recent years, so failure was not allowed. Therefore, no matter how shocked he was at Su-Yi's talent for magic, he still couldn't shake his determination to kill Su-Yi. Moreover, the higher Su-Yi's talent for magic, the more difficult this operation would be. Marshal, let's have Ophelion make a move. Archmagus Reduca let out a soft sigh as he turned around to speak to Marshal Sudirman. Marshal Sudirman was stunned. What? You don't have confidence in doing it alone? Although I don't want to admit it. Yes, I don't have complete confidence right now, because this Su-Yi, he has already broken through to become an Archmagus. Archmagus Reduca said in a deep voice. Marshal Sudirman looked at Su-Yi in the distance with a strange expression. When Archmagus Reduca shouted out, he also heard it and didn't dare believe it. Now that he heard Archmagus Reduca personally confirm it, he had no choice but to believe it. Su-Yi was already an Archmagus. This greatly exceeded his expectations, and it also exceeded everyone's expectations. This fellow really is the biggest unstable factor. Marshal Sudirman snorted and raised his hand, sending out a signal. Although Su-Yi had blocked Archmagus Reduca's full power attack, he wasn't in a good state either. Just now, a small portion of the magic power in his body had been consumed because of this. Therefore, he was very clear that even if he had successfully broken through to become an Archmagus at the end of last year, he couldn't stay here and fight against an old Archmagus like Archmagus Reduca, who had been an Archmagus for over 20 years. Moreover, this was the enemy's territory, so he naturally couldn't stay here for long. Therefore, While Archmagus Reduca was stunned, he was actively looking for a direction to escape in. However, Marshal Sudirman had clearly made careful arrangements this time. He had set up several layers of magic barriers around the manor and waited for him to enter the manor before activating. This made it so that he couldn't escape using spatial magic. Moreover, Archmagus Reduca was watching him from the side. It wouldn't be easy for him to escape under the watch of an Archmagus. Just as he was thinking of a countermeasure with a frown, he suddenly felt the magic space around him change again. When the magic elements in the magic space weren't being interfered with by the outside world, they would normally follow a specific path and slowly flow. When Archmagus Reduca had used his domain interference earlier, it had caused the magic space around Su-E to freeze. It could be considered a powerful external interference. Now, the magic space around Su-E had suddenly changed again. The magic elements inside seemed to have gone crazy as they rushed back and forth at high speeds. With the magic elements in such an unstable state, it caused the space around Su-E to become unstable as well. Next to Su-E, flames would appear one moment, water arrows would shoot out the next, a huge rock would fall from the sky, and then a bolt of lightning would strike down. In an instant, it was as if all kinds of magic had appeared around Su-Yi's body. However, what really posed a threat to Su-Yi was the wild magic elemental energy that caused the magic space to become very unstable. Thus, in this space, spatial cracks would appear from time to time due to the instability of the space. If he wasn't on guard and was cut by a spatial crack, his entire body might be cut in half. However, this wasn't the most shocking thing. What truly shocked Su-Yi and made him even more vigilant was the sudden appearance of this phenomenon. This meant that other than Archmagus Reduca, Marshal Sudirman had prepared another Archmagus. Sending 2 Archmagi in one go. They really want to kill me. Su-Yi took a deep breath, knowing that he had encountered the most serious crisis in his life. It was a good thing that he already had the strength of an Archmagus, and his understanding of spatial magic wasn't something an ordinary mage could compare to. Although the surrounding space was chaotic, he didn't panic. Instead, he calmed his mind and condensed all the magic in his body, forcefully interfering with the magic elements in the surrounding space. At this time, it was already a competition between Su-Yi and his control over the magic space, as well as the strength of their domains. According to common sense, the Archmagus that Marshal Sudirman had sent out would be one of the 9 Archmagi of the Kanla Empire. Among them, the latest one had already been an Archmagus for 13 years. In comparison, Su-Yi had only broken through to Archmagus last year. His understanding of domains should be far inferior to the other parties. However, after this competition, the magic space around Su-Yi quickly regained its stability. It didn't take long for all the strange phenomena to disappear. A black spatial vortex suddenly appeared beside Archmagus Reduca, and a figure emerged from it, followed by a faint sigh. Su-Yi, why are you the chairman of New Flyer? Chapter 1074. Master Carmilla has often said this to me before. I didn't think that even you would feel the same way, esteemed Grand Magus Ophalion. Su-Yi maintained a smile on his face as he looked at the figure that had suddenly appeared. However, his heart became even more cautious. Another Grand Magus. Moreover, it was Grand Magus Ophalion who could be considered the strongest of the 9 Grand Magi in the Kanla Empire. It had to be said that the Kanla Empire was really willing to spend money this time. They had actually sent out 2 Grand Magi who had extremely high positions and were known as the strongest in the signs. It was clear that they didn't want to give Su-Yi any chance of escaping. Grand Magus Ophalion was already 87 years old this year, but he looked even younger than Grand Magus Reduca. If he said that he was only 50-something years old, people would believe him. After hearing Su-Yi's response, he took a deep look at Su-Yi before saying with a sigh, Chairman Su, if you're willing to make a magic oath and announce to the world that you're disbanding the Frestek Chamber of Commerce, auctioning off all the industries under the Frestek Chamber of Commerce, and never setting foot in the magic machine industry again. Then Reduca and I can guarantee that your life won't be threatened. What do you think? Many thanks to you and Grand Magus Reduca for valuing my magic talent. But, Sir Ophalion, do you know? When I introduce myself to others, I always emphasize that I am the chairman of New Flyer and a merchant. As for my identity as a magus, that's just a side benefit. Sue replied with a smile. Grand Magus Ophalion silently stared at Sue for a moment before taking a deep breath and lightly nodding. All right, I understand. Actually, I also knew that you would have this kind of answer. After all, those who can become Grand Magi are all people with strong wills and won't be easily convinced. However, I still feel that it's a pity. Chairman Sue, do you know that with the magic talent you've shown, if you were willing to devote yourself to studying magic, you could become a Grand Magus that no Magus has been able to reach for hundreds of years? Grand Magus Carmilla has said this to me many times, but I don't care. Sue shrugged and said with a relaxed expression, I've said it before, compared to my identity as a magus, I care more about my identity as a merchant. New Flyer is my dream. I won't give it up no matter what. But if you're Grand Magus now, the two of us... No, even if the 9 Grand Maguses Canla Empire combined, we wouldn't be your match. Do you understand this point? Grand Magus's expression suddenly turned serious. Magus Grand Magus. Grand Magus Grand Magus Grand Magus Maguses. S Grand Magus 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 S right test. Grand Magus and Magus to TSSS. The magic space that had just calmed down instantly became berserk again. Endless magic elements swept back and forth in this space, causing the space within a few hundred meters that had been completely destroyed to become a purgatory. However, on the other side, Archmagus Leduca made a move at the same time, and the mana space completely froze. The entire space was deathly silent, forming a sharp contrast with the mana space controlled by Archmagus Ophalion. It looked very strange. Magi below the level of Grand Magus mainly relied on the magic they had grasped to bombard each other. However, once they reached the level of Grand Magus, victory or defeat would be decided by both parties' understanding and control of their domains. This was because to a magus who could control a domain, any magic was just a trick to put together magic elements. It didn't have any real meaning. As long as they could completely control the magic space within their domain, then any magic would be a simple matter. Therefore, a battle between Grand Magi was much simpler than a battle between low-level magi. This was because there weren't many beautiful explosions of magic. The entire process of the battle even seemed a bit ordinary. However, under this ordinariness, there was a great danger that ordinary people couldn't imagine. Once the entire magic space was controlled by the opponent's Grand Magus, it meant that the magic elements in this space were completely controlled by the opponent. This also meant that one could be torn to shreds by all kinds of magic at any time. Therefore, fighting with any Grand Magus meant that it was extremely dangerous. And now, Sue was being attacked by 2 Grand Magi at the same time. This wasn't the first time that Sue was going against a Grand Magus. As early as 9 years ago, Sue had already faced off against Grand Magus Levin Hasek from the Mana Magic Kingdom. However, Sue was only a great magus at that time, so he didn't have any thoughts of fighting with a Grand Magus. The so-called confrontation was only to lure Grand Magus Levin Hasek into a trap that had already been set. Later on, Grand Magus Levin Hasek was hit by a powerful magic cannon condensed from hundreds of thousands of Moab magic power. As a result, he fell, but it didn't have much to do with Sue. From beginning to end, Sue didn't make a move himself at all. But now this was a New Flyer. Not only was there no trap that the New Flyer had set for a Grand Magus, but Sue had fallen into the trap himself and was being attacked by 2 powerful Grand Magi who had been famous for a long time. To any magus, this was a situation of certain death. Even if Sue had successfully broken through to the realm of Grand Magus, there was no chance of him escaping by luck. Marshal Sudirman had already retreated to a safe position in the distance. narrowing his eyes as he looked at Su-yi. Countless people in the empire were having headaches over the threat and restraint of the new flyer. When they didn't know how to deal with it, only he saw the key to solving this problem with a single glance. That's right, the key lay with Su-yi. Many people felt that the new flyer had become a colossus that even the Kamla Empire would find difficult to deal with. However, Marshal Sudirman knew that Su-yi, the chairman of a new flyer who had been appearing less and less in public, was undoubtedly the core of the new flyer. To the other merchant guilds on the continent, the death of the chairman might affect them, but the consequences weren't serious. At most, they would just have to change the chairman. However, to the new flyer, Su-yi wasn't just the chairman, but also the soul and pillar of the new flyer. Marshal Sudirman was certain that once Su-yi died, the new flyer would instantly be leaderless and fragmented. It would no longer be as united as it was now. It would be much easier for the Kamla Empire to deal with such a new flyer. Therefore, even though the Kamla Empire had made countless preparations in private, the most crucial part of the entire plan still lay here, with Su-yi. As long as he was killed, it would mean that the entire plan was halfway to success. In order to ensure that Su-yi was killed, Marshal Sudirman had used his status as the Marshal of the Empire and even asked the Emperor to appear together. Only then did he manage to persuade two incomparably noble Grand Magi to act together. Such treatment had only appeared a few times in the entire history of the Kamla Empire. Just based on this, even if Su-yi died, he would have no regrets. However, Su-yi didn't want to die at all. Although facing the attacks of two Grand Magi would be a desperate situation for anyone, Su-yi's expression didn't change. He even had the leisure to use his domain to regain control of the mana space around him while looking at the expressions of Grand Magi Ophelion and Grand Magi Reduca. The two Grand Magi were naturally expressionless. Su-yi sighed. He knew that no matter how pleasant the words of these two Grand Magi were, no matter how much pity they had for him, it was all meaningless in the face of the country's interests. Of course, he didn't have the right to criticize others. No matter how lofty his ideals were, he was still the chairman of the new flyer. Before considering anything, he had to prioritize the interests of the new flyer. So, how could he die here? Su-yi slowly raised his right hand and activated all the mana in his body. A black light lit up on the tip of his right index finger and turned into a halo that quickly spread outwards. Whether it was the magic elements that had gone berserk because of Grand Magi Ophelion's domain, or the magic elements that had solidified because of Grand Magi Reduca's domain, they immediately returned to their normal state after being swept by the black halo. It was as if boiling water had met ice and fish had returned to the sea. The black halo quickly spread several hundred meters with Su-yi as the center. The domains of the two Grand Magi instantly lost their powerful control over the magic elements in the surrounding mana space under the influence of the halo. The originally strange space returned to normal in the blink of an eye, as if nothing had happened. Grand Magi Ophelion and Grand Magi Reduca looked at Su-yi in shock, their faces filled with disbelief. Ever since the two of them had become Grand Magi, fewer and fewer people had dared to make a move against them. But in the few battles that they personally fought, as long as they used their domains, as long as the enemy wasn't a Grand Magus of the same rank, they would be completely suppressed by them. They could even crush them at will. Even if the enemy was another Grand Magus of the same rank, the two sides would only be competing in terms of their understanding of the domain and the strength of their magic. The battle would be extremely dangerous, and there wouldn't be any relaxation. But right now, Su-yi had only raised his hand when facing their simultaneous attacks and had mysteriously dispelled the effects of their domains. He had almost disintegrated the weapons that they were most proud of. This was truly inconceivable. In their eyes, even if Su-yi's talent for magic was shocking and he had an abnormally strong understanding of domains after becoming a Grand Magus, he would at most be able to use his own domain to contend against them. However, Su-yi had directly dispelled the effects of their domains. This was already beyond their common sense. How did this young brat do it? Chapter 1075. Respected Archmages, it seems like you didn't pay much attention to New Flyer before. Su-Yi smiled and shook his head after dissolving the attacks of the two Archmages. If you paid attention, you would know that at the beginning of this year, I published an article in the Shinfei Magic Industry Weekly. I talked about some problems with the magic space in it. Archmage Ophelion and Archmage Reduca looked at each other and frowned slightly. The two of them were very traditional mages. They had always used stealth to research magic and increase their own strength as a mage's orthodox path of cultivation. Therefore, they didn't care about things like magic tools that relied on external objects. No matter how famous New Flyer was, in their eyes, it was nothing more than a crooked path that relied on external objects. It wasn't something that a mage should really research. Therefore, they really didn't pay much attention to New Flyer before this. Even when Surander Cray the Sorcerer took the initiative to go to New Flyer to research magic machines, in the eyes of traditional mages like them, he was just like Mentor Carmilla. It was a display of self-degeneration. Therefore, although they knew that Su-Yi's talent for magic was outstanding and that he was already a high-ranked mage, they never took it to heart. In their eyes, this kind of person who put his heart and soul into the crooked path of magic tools and even valued his identity as a merchant was nothing to worry about. But now, Su-Yi used facts to refute them. This guy who had only been an archmage for a few years was actually able to directly resist the simultaneous attacks of two archmages. He was even able to negate the effects of their domains so easily. Just based on this point, Su-Yi already had the qualifications to talk to them as equals. Therefore, when Su-Yi said that he had published an article that described the problems of the magic space, it proved that he had his own unique understanding of the magic space. Otherwise, there was no way to explain how he could so easily cancel out the invasion of their domains. In that article, I put forward a point of view, that is, magic spaces tend to maintain consistency at all times. In other words, even if there is an abnormality in the magic space, that magic space will quickly return to normal under the influence of the surrounding magic space. I call this power the stabilizing force of the magic space. Archmage Ophelion nodded lightly. There is no need to doubt this point. The reason why we archmages developed our own domains is to break this rule and use our own power to control the magic space. Chairman Su, since you're an archmage now, you should be very clear on this point. Yes. Su-Yi nodded with a smile. Therefore, in this article, I mentioned that any attempt to forcefully interfere with the magic space's actions will be affected by the powerful stabilizing force of the magic space. Therefore, one must pay a great price. Magus Reduca, Archmage Ophelion had a look of course. Archmages isn't the reason why only archmages have the ability to create their own mana spatial domain because low-level mages don't have enough mana, or perhaps their control over mana isn't strong enough. That's right. But this also means that forcefully interfering with the magic space and causing it to enter an abnormal state is much more difficult than returning it to normal. Using the previous situation as an explanation, the two of you used your domains to interfere with the magic space and then attacked me. This is much more difficult than me repeatedly returning the magic space to normal. So, he continued, that's impossible. Archmage Ophelion shook his head with abnormal firmness. Although your point of view isn't wrong, you've forgotten a crucial factor, and that is time. That's right, the magic space will always be infinitely stable. No matter how much we use our domains to interfere, the magic space will still return to normal in the end. As a mortal, it was impossible to keep the mana space in chaos, or, in other words, an abnormal state. However, it takes time for the magic space to return to normal. No matter what, it is impossible to do what you just did and make the magic space return to normal so easily. Then you mean to say that my magic is much stronger than the two of you combined? Su-Yi shrugged and shook his head with a smile. Of course, that's impossible. So in reality, what I did just now was only pushing the magic space to return to its normal state. I don't know if this explanation can dispel the doubts in the two archmages' hearts. That's even more impossible. Archmage Ophelion shook his head again. If you can affect the magic space's stability at will, doesn't that mean that your control over the magic space is far beyond our imagination? If that's really the case, you're not just an archmage, you should be a grand magus. Of course I can't be a grand magus. Sui smiled. But I can do this. Your Excellencies, why do you think this is? Archmage Ophelion and Archmage Reduca frowned as they looked at Sui, still not understanding. If you don't understand, then I suggest you take a look at the article I published in the Shinfei Magic Machine Industry Weekly. The article was published in the 3rd issue of the Shinfei Magic Machine Industry Weekly this year. The article was called Magic Space's Interference and Influence on the Stability of Magic Machines. After reading this article, perhaps you'll understand that what I just did isn't that unbelievable. Archmage Ophelion frowned and fell into deep thought. Archmage Reduca shook his head and coldly said, "We can find a chance to read the article in the future, but right now, it's more important to get rid of you first. Ophelion, don't be affected by this brat. The most important thing right now isn't magic research, but killing him." Archmage Ophelion was slightly startled and instantly sobered up. He looked at Sui and let out a long sigh. "Chairman Sui, your magic talent really makes me sigh in admiration. If it wasn't for the current situation, I would be very willing to research the mysteries of magic with you. But now, I can only say sorry." Sui laughed. "There's no need to apologize because there's no need to. I say, Your Excellencies Archmages, could it be that after all this time, you still don't understand a fact?" "What fact?" Archmage Ophelion asked in shock. "The fact is that you can't kill me at all, right?" Sui spread his hands with a relaxed expression. Archmage Ophelion's face sunk. "Chairman Sui, I admit that your magic talent is shocking, but don't be too arrogant. Even if you have a special understanding of the magic space, do you really think you can escape from me and Reduca working together?" I said, "This is a fact." Sui smiled and suddenly reached into his chest. He took out a few strange-looking metal parts and casually threw them out. These metal parts flickered with different colored lights and flew in all directions. Feeling the weak magic fluctuations coming from these metal parts, Archmagus Ophelion and Archmagus Reduca were both startled. This Sui, did he really think he could escape from their attacks with these unremarkable little things? In the next instant, the small metal parts flew 10 meters above Sui's head and then shot out a few light green lights. Each light connected to another piece of technology. A total of 17 lights connected these metal parts together, forming a strange rhombus polygon in the air. After seeing this polygon form, Sui's gaze skipped over the 2 archmages and landed on Marshal Sudirman, who was watching the battle from a distance. "Marshal Sudirman, you just said that before you do anything, you like to control all the factors in your hands to ensure that nothing goes wrong. Then, according to reason, before you set up this ambush to kill me, you should have made plans for this ambush to fail, right?" His voice clearly entered Marshal Sudirman's ears in the distance, causing him to let out a cold snort. "Humph, Sui, I've already made preparations this time. You have no chance of escaping, so I don't need to think about any plans. Is that so? Then I advise you to think about it carefully from now on." After saying this, Sui's gaze once again landed on the 2 archmages, and he waved his hand at them. "Honorable Sir Archmages, if you're interested in researching magic machines or the theory of mana-space structure, you can come and find me at any time. As for now, goodbye." After throwing down these words, Sui's figure flashed, and he entered the rhombus polygon surrounded by several rays of light. Archmage Ophelion and Archmage Reduca both had a bad premonition in their hearts. The 2 of them instantly mobilized all the magic in their bodies and threw a bunch of abnormally terrifying small forbidden spells at Sui without any hesitation. However, when these spells approached the polygon, it was as if they had touched a boundary. All the magic effects disappeared, and it didn't have any effect on the space inside the polygon. In the next instant, Sui inside the polygon disappeared into thin air under the gaze of Archmage Ophelion and Archmage Reduca. Chapter 1076. In a barren mountain about 20 kilometers southwest of Wimbledon City, 17 faint green lights suddenly appeared out of thin air, forming a strange rhombus polygon in the air. After the light flickered twice, a figure appeared in the polygon and slowly landed on the ground. It was Sui. After his feet landed firmly on the ground, Sui raised his head and looked towards the north. This place was more than 30 kilometers away from Marshal Sudirman's private manor. No matter how much Archmage Aphelion and Archmage Reduca overestimated his magic power, they would never have thought that he would be able to teleport so far away. It had to be known that even Archmages could only teleport a few kilometers away if they used teleportation magic. A teleportation distance of more than 30 kilometers was an unimaginable distance for any Archmage, because he had teleported a full 30 kilometers away. Even if Marshal Sudirman had set up a perimeter, it would still be impossible to guard against such a large area. Therefore, Sui should have escaped from the trap and should be temporarily safe. Thinking of his situation just now, Sui let out a soft sigh. The whole process of the ambush wasn't very long. In total, he had only exchanged a few blows with the two Archmages. From an outsider's point of view, other than that violent explosion, there was nothing special about it, and no one could tell how intense it was. However, Sui was very clear that Archmage Aphelion and Archmage Reduca really wanted to kill him. Every move they made was very dangerous. If he wasn't careful, he might have ended up dead. The reason why he was able to act so calmly was because he was already prepared and could escape from the trap at any time. At his feet, there were 17 metal parts that looked the same as the ones he had just thrown out. Before Sui appeared here, the 17 metal parts were just randomly scattered on the ground and buried in the soil. There was nothing out of the ordinary about them. When Sui threw out the 17 metal parts from Marshal Sudirman's private manor, the 17 metal parts were activated at the same time and formed a special magical domain in the shape of a rhombus polygon. Through the connection of these two special magical domains, Sui could ignore the layers of magic barriers and other traps set up inside and outside Marshal Sudirman's private manor and directly teleport to such a faraway place. This magical teleportation device was built on the latest and most advanced magical spatial research theory of the Magic Research Institute of New Flying Chamber Commerce and the most advanced magical machinery manufacturing technology in the R&D Center. It represented the highest level of magical machinery in New Flyer at the moment. This was the first time that Sui used this device in a non-experimental state, and it proved that the effect was amazing. Sui had personally placed a total of 7 of these transport arrays in the wilderness outside Wimbledon City before he came to Wimbledon City. It guaranteed that no matter where he was in Wimbledon City, he would be able to sense any one of them, making it easier to teleport. This arrangement was originally just an experiment that Sui had done to prove whether this new magical teleportation device was as useful in practice as it was in experiments. Although Sui had also thought about how to prevent danger, those were just trivial things that Sui did not pay much attention to. However, he did not expect that this half-unintentional action would allow him to successfully escape from an extremely dangerous ambush. Although Sui was confident that he could escape from the joint attack of Archmage Aphelion and Mage Reduca, this magical teleportation device had undoubtedly saved him a lot of effort. Furthermore, Archmage Aphelion and Mage Reduca had been famous for a long time, and there was no telling what kind of special spells they would use. If something went wrong and Sui died in their hands, it would be a disaster for New Flyer. Thinking of this, Sui took out a magical communicator and inserted a trace of mana into it. After a while, the magical communicator lit up with a dark red light, which was much brighter than the red light of a normal magical communicator when it was disconnected. This was a function that belonged to Sui's magical communicator, and it was specially designed for him to give orders as the president. Under normal circumstances, as long as Sui activated this function within the coverage of Shinfei's magical communicator, he would immediately be recognized as the president, and he would be able to give orders at any time. However, this time, after the red light flashed for a while, The magical communicator still did not show any signs of being connected, let alone a voice coming from the other side. As time gradually passed, Su-Yi's heart sank bit by bit. It seemed that Marshal Su-Dearman's words were true. Although the ambush in Marshal Su-Dearman's private manor to kill Su-Yi was the most important point, it was not the entire plan. It was clear that when the Kanla Empire tried to directly kill Su-Yi, it meant that the Kanla Empire had declared war on New Flyer. Then, while dealing with Su-Yi, it was reasonable for them to make a move on the other parts of New Flyer. Now, the various branches, shops, factories, and other places of the Xinfei Chamber of Commerce in Wimbledon City had probably already fallen into the hands of the Kanla Empire. Su-Yi patiently waited for another 5 minutes. After confirming that there was still no signal, he no longer hesitated and cut off the magical communicator's call request. At the same time, he released a trace of magic to envelop himself, forming a special magical domain. Archmage Aphelian's domain would cause the magic elements in the magical space to become abnormally violent, while Archmage Reduka's domain would cause all the magic elements to freeze, and at the same time, only he could control them. After Su-Yi became an Archmage, the domain he controlled was different from these two Archmages. When he opened his domain, the magical space around him suddenly seemed to be stripped away from the surrounding magical space. Once the magic elements outside of this area approached this area, they would automatically avoid it, but it did not affect their normal flow. Thus, if one did not rely on their naked eyes to observe, they would discover that there was nothing strange about the magical space. As for Su, it was as if he had directly disappeared from this magical space. And if one wanted to rely on their naked eyes to find Su-Yi, that was even more impossible. Su-Yi, who had learned illusion magic from Elder Undine, could already easily use illusion magic on himself. He cast an illusion magic on himself, causing him to look very ordinary from the outside, a middle-aged man with the characteristics of a citizen of the central part of the Kanla Empire. After finishing all these preparations, Su-Yi flew towards the northwest. About half an hour later, Su-Yi successfully infiltrated into Wimbledon City. At this time, Wimbledon City looked no different from usual. The Kanla Empire's sudden attack on the New Flyer did not directly affect most of the citizens of Wimbledon City. However, when Su-Yi arrived at the New Flyer's branch in Wimbledon City without attracting anyone's attention, he finally discovered something strange. As one of the most important commercial streets in Wimbledon City, the West Street was always crowded and looked extremely lively under normal circumstances. But now, although the West Street was still crowded with people, they were almost all gathered in one place. They were not moving around, nor were they as noisy as usual. Instead, they were all looking in one direction, and everyone's expression was very strange. The direction where their gazes were focused was a very conspicuous and large shop on the West Street. The sign on the shop had been removed at some point, but it was easy to see that this shop belonged to the New Flyer through the engraved symbol of half a wing engraved on the doorpost and various window panes. This was one of the New Flyer's branches in the Kanla Empire, and it was also the largest branch. Originally, this was the most obvious sign that the New Flyer was stationed in the Kanla Empire. But now, not only was the sign of the shop taken down, but the entrance was also in a mess. There was also a team of fully armed Kanla Empire royal guards standing outside. A large seal was stuck on the closed door at this time, and the team of soldiers standing outside the door clearly showed everyone the fate of this New Flyer branch. It had been sealed. Su-Yi mixed in the crowd, looked at the situation of the branch from afar, and turned around to leave. After walking around the city twice and bypassing several streets, Su-Yi came to a very ordinary and shabby, but also very quiet, narrow street in the South City district. He gently knocked a few times on a shabby wooden door. With a creak, the wooden door opened, revealing a face full of confusion. Su-Yi made a few complicated gestures to the person, and the person's originally blank face suddenly burst into an extremely excited expression. He opened his mouth and shouted, "Yes." Su-Yi covered his mouth, looked around, pushed him into the house, and closed the wooden door. Behind the wooden door was a low, shabby, and inconspicuous house that could be seen everywhere in the South City district of Wimbledon City where the poor gathered. After Sue, E, and the person entered the room, Sue, E lifted the bed with practiced ease, revealing a hole that led downwards. The two jumped into the hole, and there was a very spacious cellar below. As soon as they landed, the person fell to his knees in front of Sue, E, and cried bitterly. "Sir Chairman, it's over. It's over. All of our businesses in Wimbledon City are now gone." Chapter 1077. Sue E frowned slightly and pulled that person up. "Don't be in a hurry to cry. Tell me what the situation is right now." That person rubbed his eyes a few times, and it took him a while to regain his composure. He choked with sobs as he replied, Sir Chairman, you just left this morning, and the Kamla Empire, those people from the Empire came. They didn't say anything when they came, but they said they wanted to seize all the businesses under our company's name. Of course, the company's people didn't agree and fought with them. But they brought so many soldiers, and our brothers couldn't stop them at all. Then they were all seized. Suyi's expression was still calm. All the stores under our company's name? How are the employees in the stores? Did anyone get hurt? Some of our brothers resisted and were injured by the soldiers, but no one should have died. It's good that no one died. Sue, he nodded, his expression much more relaxed. It looks like those people from the Kamla Empire aren't stupid. They know that even if they take these things from our company, they won't be able to play with them. They still need our company's employees. That person looked at Sue E anxiously. Sir Chairman, what do we do now? Sue E muttered to himself for a moment, and then shook his head. Before we understand the Kamla Empire's goal and reason for this operation, we don't have much to do. Your current task is to do your best to contact our company's employees who were lucky enough to escape and try to gather them together. After this, I will think of a way to send you all back to the Principality of Constantine. But Sir Chairman, I think, right now, our brothers in the Kamla Empire, I'm afraid they've all been captured. Sue, he revealed a smile. He thought that they were just caught, and he almost died just now. Of course, there was no need to tell this to the new flyer's secret intelligence and liaison. Sue gave him a few more orders, telling him that he was only in charge of secretly contacting the Frestec Chamber of Commerce employees that he could contact, but he had to ensure his own safety first. As for the other work, he could put it aside for now. Seeing that Sue was about to turn to leave, that person suddenly grabbed him. Sir Chairman, can't you think of a way to save our brothers? Seeing that person's pleading eyes, Sue sighed softly. Although the new flyer and the Kamla Empire had always had a cooperative relationship, it was only on the commercial level. Although the new flyer's guards in the Kamla Empire, it was impossible for them to send their own guards here. Therefore, the new flyer's military strength to the Kamla Empire's military forces to begin with. He was S to the clan empires. He to his to the end. He Kamla against the Kamlas lot t, he to the Kamlas to speak. It wouldn't be a problem for him to safely return to the Principality of Constantine, but it would be beyond his ability to rescue the other captured employees of the Chamber of Commerce. That person read the answer from Suyi's expression and let go of Suyi's arm in disappointment. I'm sorry, Sir Chairman, I was thinking too much. Compared to the brothers of the Chamber of Commerce, you're much more important. I know that as long as you're alive, those fellows from the Kamla Empire won't do anything to the brothers of the Chamber of Commerce. But once you're gone, Sue sighed softly and patted him on the shoulder before leaving the cellar. Just as he walked out of the back door, that person's shouts came from behind him. Sue frowned and turned to look at him in confusion, only to see that person jogging over with a trace of excitement on his face. Yes, cough that person shouted and suddenly came to his senses. He hurriedly lowered his voice and moved closer to Suyi's side. Sir Chairman, I suddenly remembered that I know someone in the City Defense Army. Through his connections, I might be able to find out where those brothers are being held. Oh, that's good. If we can find out the current situation of those employees and even know how the Kamla Empire will deal with them, then it'll be much more beneficial for our next operation. Then I'll go find that person. Sir Chairman, do you want to wait here for my news? I can also find out about the current situation of Wimbledon City's defenses and help you get out of the city. That person asked again. There's no need for that. I have no problem getting out of the city. He smiled and patted him on the shoulder. Hurry up and find out. Once you have confirmed the news, send it back to the headquarters through the channels of the Chamber of Commerce. This information is very important. You have to treat it seriously. All right. That person glanced at Sue-E again and hesitated for a moment before bowing to Sue-E and leaving the courtyard. Sue-E waited for a while after he left. After making sure that there was no one outside, he left the courtyard and walked towards the South City gate. Just as he arrived on the street outside, Sue-E could feel that the atmosphere in the city was much more tense than when he had just entered the city. There were pairs of armored soldiers patrolling the streets. Looking around, almost every pedestrian on the street would be stopped and questioned in detail. Such strict interrogations were extremely rare in this city, the capital of the Kanla Empire. He only took a glance and knew that if he continued to walk forward, he would definitely not be able to avoid the interrogations of those soldiers. Although his illusion spell, combined with a special magical domain, could make it impossible for ordinary people to see through, if he met a mage who was sensitive to the flow of magical elements, it would be easy for him to discover the problem if he got closer. Sui thought for a moment and decided not to take the risk. He turned and walked into another hidden street. He had originally planned to walk out of the city gate the way he had come, but it was obviously impossible now. Thus, he could only use a more direct method, and that was to teleport out. After finding a street corner, Sui took out a few special metal parts and threw them into the air. A moment later, an identical diamond-shaped polygon made of light green light appeared in the air. Sui was just about to fly in and activate the teleportation spell formation, but he was shocked to find that this diamond-shaped polygon did not emit the special light that indicated that it was connected to another teleportation spell formation. What's going on? Sui was puzzled as he corrected the technical parameters of the metal parts and got it to search for other related teleportation spell formations outside the city, but he still found nothing. He changed the parameters again and again, but there was no result. In the end, Sui could only admit helplessly that this teleportation spell formation was probably unusable. More importantly, he still could not figure out the reason why it was unusable. He did not know if the teleportation spell formations outside the city were all destroyed, or if this teleportation spell formation that was still in the experimental stage was not stable enough, or if there was some kind of obstruction in the connection between him and the other teleportation spell formations. In any case, this method that Sui thought was the safest and most appropriate method was unusable. But of course, this was not a problem for Sui, who was a magister. He raised his head and looked at the tall city walls of Wimbledon City in the distance. He carefully sneaked toward the city walls and the street. When he was close to the city walls, Sui had a thought. The magic power in his body surged, and his figure suddenly disappeared. The next moment, Sui crashed into the city walls of Wimbledon City with a bang and fell from the air. After Sui landed, he staggered a few steps and finally steadied himself. He raised his head and looked at the city walls in surprise. He had planned to use the teleportation spell formation to leave Wimbledon City, but he did not expect to meet a wall in a magic space that stopped him halfway. When he returned to the real world, he found that the wall in front of him was actually the city walls of Wimbledon City. Sui was puzzled. This was obviously just an ordinary city wall made of bricks. How could there be a magic barrier in the magic space? Suddenly, a burst of laughter came from the city walls above like thunder. The laughter was full of undisguised surprise and sarcasm. Chairman Sui, just when we thought that today's operation had failed and that you should have returned to the Principality of Constantine, we did not expect that you would return to Wimbledon City for some ordinary employees of the Chamber of Commerce who have nothing to do with you. Should I admire your noble character, or should I laugh at your stupidity? Sui looked up and couldn't help narrowing his eyes from the dazzling sunlight that shined down on him. He calmed himself down and cast a levitation spell on himself. He slowly rose into the air. When he was on the same level as the city walls of Wimbledon City, he saw an important person who wanted to kill him 2 hours ago. "Marshall, I have to say you guys are very fast," Sui said in a deep voice. "I'm curious. How did you know that I was back in Wimbledon City?" Marshall Sudirman opened his mouth, and a hint of mockery and disdain hung at the corner of his mouth. "Think about it. Who did you see during this time?" Sui quickly thought about the face of the Chamber of Commerce's spy. He thought for a while and suddenly understood. "No wonder. I thought it was strange. You guys sealed all the shops under the name of our Chamber of Commerce less than 2 hours ago. How did he know everything? He even knew some details. So, he was already bought over by you guys." Marshall Sudirman laughed. "Chairman Su, your new flyer can buy a lot of people to work for you with gold coins. Of course, we can also buy them with gold coins. You guys are just a Chamber of Commerce that has been established for less than 20 years. Why would anyone really work for you?" Sui was silent for a while and nodded. "Maybe you're right. Yes, we are just a Chamber of Commerce. All of our relationships are a business exchange. But I still don't understand. Why is the Kamla Empire not willing to cooperate with our Chamber of Commerce? We can both develop together and benefit at the same time. Why do you guys have to choose this method of mutual destruction? I've said before, we are an empire, and you're just a Chamber of Commerce. There is a fundamental difference. If you can't understand this difference, then I have no interest in explaining it to you. In short, Chairman Su, now that you've foolishly returned to this huge cage, don't even think about escaping." Marshall Sudirman looked at Sui with an ominous glint in his eyes. It was as if he wanted to eat Sui in one bite. "Just now, you actually managed to escape. That was the biggest mistake of my life. Now, you can't escape no matter what." After saying this, Marshall Sudirman took a step back. Two figures appeared where he had been standing. They were Archmagus Ophalion and Archmagus Reduca, who had just fought with Sui. Chapter 1078. Chairman Su, we meet again. Archmagus Ophalion looked at Sui with a much more serious expression compared to when he was in Marshall Sudirman's manner. Earlier, he and Archmagus Reduca had made a move together, yet Sui had still managed to escape under their noses. This was equivalent to slapping their faces. If it was said that he had looked down on Sui before, even if he knew that Sui had already become an Archmagus, he still felt that Sui's strength was only SOSO. But now, he was paying more attention to Sui. This guy's magic talent was very shocking, and he could make some very strange things. He also had his own special understanding of magic spaces and domains. He definitely wasn't easy to deal with. If he hadn't been so stupid as to walk right into the trap, it would have been wishful thinking to get another chance to kill him. Sui gave a bitter laugh and shook his head. He pointed at the city wall under their feet and asked, "Sir Ophalion, before we make a move, can you answer a question of mine first?" Archmagus Ophalion laughed. "Chairman Su, don't think about stalling for time to do anything. Since you've already entered this city, don't even think about escaping." Sui shrugged. "It's fine if you don't want to answer. I'll find the answer myself." After throwing down these words, Sui's body suddenly surged out and his body shot up like a cannonball. Archmagus Ophalion and Archmagus Reduca had planned to make a move when Sui moved, but when they saw the direction Sui was moving in, they both stopped at the same time. Their faces were calm, and Archmagus Ophalion even had a mocking smile on his face. Seeing that Sui was about to rush into the sky, he seemed to have crashed into something, and his high-speed flying body suddenly stopped. In the air above his head, there was a strange pattern flickering with light. It was densely packed together like a spider web blocking Sui's path. Sui's floating body violently swayed twice before stabilizing with great difficulty. He then felt a sweet taste in his throat and opened his mouth, spitting out a mouthful of blood. When he was flying at this height, he suddenly felt that the magic space above him had become very strange. When he crashed into it before he could react, there was an abnormally fierce and strong magic element fluctuation in that space. its power wasn't inferior to a forbidden spell. Of course, with Su Yi's current strength as an archmagus, he wouldn't be in much danger even if he faced a forbidden spell head-on. However, this extremely powerful magic element fluctuation was very strange. It even directly affected his own magic fluctuations. Not only did it cause him to suffer from a real strong shock wave, it also affected the magic in his body, causing it to become chaotic for a short period of time. For any mage, having the magic in their body in chaos was a very scary thing. If it was light, it would cause internal injuries. If it was serious, it would cause a backlash of magic and directly cause death. Moreover, the stronger the mage, the more powerful the magic in their body. Once it became chaotic, the consequences would be even more serious. Fortunately, Su Yi was only flying at high speed and didn't use much magic. Therefore, even though it caused a magic disturbance, it wasn't very serious. He was able to quickly react and regain control of the magic in his body. However, this made him understand a fact. The strange magic barrier that prevented him from leaving Wimbledon City, other than being hidden in the city walls, even covered the sky above his head. Chairman Su, if your question is about this forbidden magic domain array, then I can give you an answer. Archmagus Ophelian's faint voice came from below. Su Yi looked down and saw that Archmagus Reduca and Archmagus Ophelian were still standing on the city walls. They didn't fly up to stop him. It seemed like the two of them were very clear that he would definitely be stopped by this forbidden magic domain array. Please speak, Su Yi replied in a low voice. Then he slowly raised his right hand and extended a finger to slowly touch it. This forbidden magic domain array is a complete protection array that covers the entire Wimbledon City. Its use, Chairman Su, you've already experienced it twice. It is to stop all magic effect from entering your body. Of course, as long as you make some adjustments, it is very easy to prevent all magic effect from seeping out. Archmagus Ophelian's voice slowly came from below. Speaking of which, this forbidden magic domain array has been set up for more than 500 years. This is the first time it has been set up in the city. Chairman Su, I have to say, the treatment you receive is quite extraordinary. I would rather you not treat me with such importance. Su Yi bitterly smiled as he replied. At this moment, his right index finger had already touched the shapeless magic barrier that had stopped him just now. Through the extremely weak magic gathered on his finger, Su Yi could clearly feel the terrifying danger hidden within the magic barrier. He was certain that if he dared to force his way in, he wouldn't have a good ending. Moreover, from the small area that he had scouted, the power of this enormous magic array that covered the entire Wimbledon City was hard to imagine. Unless he could directly destroy the core of this magic array, he definitely wouldn't be able to break through this barrier. Chairman Su, I advise you to give up. This forbidden magic domain array isn't something that the simple temporary magic barrier we set up at the Marshal's place can compare to. Let alone you. Even if all the archmages on the continent worked together, they still wouldn't be able to break through this magic barrier. Su Yi's actions were seen by Archmagus Ophelian. His words had a trace of ridicule, as if he was mocking Su Yi for overestimating himself. Ophelian is right. Archmagus Reduca, who had been silent the entire time, suddenly spoke up. This forbidden magic domain array is something that our Kamla Empire has been strengthening since before Wimbledon City was built. It has been strengthened by countless top mages in the Empire for more than 500 years. It isn't something that normal mages can contend against. Therefore, Chairman Su, I advise you to surrender. Oh, Su Yi looked at Archmagus Reduca in surprise. You still want me to surrender? Aren't you planning on killing me? Be it your magical talent or the knowledge you have about magic machines, they're all extremely valuable. Hence, if you choose to surrender and let us deal with you, we definitely hope to keep you alive, said Marshal Sudirman, who had retreated to an unknown location. Linley frowned. Marshal Sudirman had already retreated to an unknown location. Of course, the prerequisite is that you cooperate. In other words, as long as I'm willing to surrender and cooperate with you, I can keep my life. Su Yi asked with a smile. Yes, I've already said this to you in my manner. The two archmages have also said this to you many times. Chairman Su, give up. You have no chance of escaping now. Marshal Su Dearman advised again. Let me think about it. If I surrender, you will definitely restrict my magic for safety reasons. You might even destroy my magic foundation so that I won't be able to use magic in the future. That way, you can control me without worry, and then make me hand over all my knowledge about magic machines to serve you with peace of mind. Am I right? Marshal Su Dearman and the two archmages were silent. I have to say that this is indeed the best solution. But Su raised his head to look at the sky and slowly let out a breath. I've always liked freedom. I don't like being locked up and working for others. Moreover, Sui paused and lowered his head to look at Archmagus Offarian and Archmagus Reduca on the city wall. His eyes suddenly turned sharp. We haven't even fought, and you want me to surrender? How is that possible? As soon as his voice fell, Sui raised his right hand high up, and a large amount of magic gathered in his body. With him, as the center, the magic elemental energy from all around wildly gathered in his right hand. Even a magic elemental energy gathered in the magic barrier above him. Because of the magic suppression domain array was affected because of this. There were countless strange glowing ripples that kept appearing in the air above him. Looking from below, it looked like there were thin streaks of lightning streaking across the sky. Seeing Su Yi's actions, Archmagus Offarian coldly snorted and raised his voice. Chairman Su, I've already said that the magic barrier above your head is formed by the anti-magic domain array. With your strength alone, you definitely won't be able to destroy it. I advise you not to act rashly in case you trigger the anti-magic domain array's counterattack. If that happens, you won't even have a complete corpse. Su grinned. Who said I'm aiming for this array? Didn't I just say that we haven't fought yet? Sir Offarian, take this. As soon as his voice fell, the incomparably large amount of magic elements gathered around Su Yi's right hand had already condensed into an abnormally bright ball of light. It looked like a small sun hanging in the air, flickering with lightning as it appeared above Su Yi's right hand. Following that, Su Yi's right arm dropped, and the ball of lightning fell with an extremely bright and thick bolt of lightning, heading straight for Archmagus Offarian on the city wall. Under the impact of this shocking scene, no one noticed that when Su threw out the ball of lightning, his left hand, which had been hidden behind his back the entire time, gently raised and threw a flat metal box into the air. When it hit the magic domain above Su Yi's head, the metal box didn't cause any magic elements to fluctuate, so it didn't trigger the anti-magic domain array. However, when the metal box drilled into the barrier, it stopped and floated in the air. At this time, the anti-magic domain array seemed to have sensed this strange object. Strands of strange light flashed around the metal box, becoming denser and denser. In the end, it formed a small ball of light that completely surrounded the metal box. The metal box within the ball of light wasn't affected at all. Only a few small dots of light suddenly lit up on one side of the box and quickly spread out. Not long after, this side of the box was densely packed with all kinds of unknown dots of light. Chapter 1079. The ball of light descended like a bolt of lightning, instantly approaching the top of the city wall. Archmagus Offarian and Archmagus Reduca both had a look of surprise on their faces. When they were in Marshal Su Dearman's manor, although they had fought with Su they had only fought with domains from beginning to end. After that, Su had unexpectedly escaped. So other than being able to see that Su had a unique understanding of magic domains, he didn't display any powerful strength. So according to normal circumstances, Su should have only been an archmagus for a few years. No matter how strong his magic talent was, there was a limit to his strength. But now that Su had casually thrown down this kind of spell, the two of them could feel the incomparably powerful might hidden in this shroud spell. It was not weaker than a forbidden spell at all, which greatly surpassed their expectations. After a moment of shock, the expressions on their faces immediately turned grave. Su Yi's magic power had far surpassed their expectations, which meant that it would be much harder for them to capture or kill Su Yi. Moreover, although they could use the magic suppression domain to prevent Su Yi from escaping, there was a very serious problem. This was Wimbledon City, the capital city of the Kamla Empire. A fight between Archmagi was simply destructive to normal people. Now that there were 3 Archmagi fighting in Wimbledon City, if they weren't careful, it would cause terrifying destruction to Wimbledon City. The losses wouldn't be able to be calculated. So before they came here after receiving the news, even the Kandra Emperor had personally come out to request Archmagus Aphelion and Archmagus Reduca. He hoped that they could control the range of their fight and not cause too much damage to Wimbledon City. If this was a normal fight, Archmagus Aphelion could use a teleportation spell to dodge Su Yi's lightning attack. But he was currently standing on the city walls of Wimbledon City, and under the city walls were a large group of houses in the southern part of Wimbledon City. If this bolt of lightning was allowed to fall, perhaps the city walls wouldn't suffer too much damage due to the anti-magic domain's protection. However, judging from the power contained within this bolt of lightning, if it fell, it would definitely affect everything within a radius of several hundred meters or even 1,000 meters. Even though the city guards had already evacuated the residents in this area, only God knew how many people were still hiding in this area. Then again, even if no one died, just destroying this area would be a very large loss. These thoughts flashed through Archmage Aphelion's mind as he circulated the mana within his body. He raised his hand and placed a huge magic barrier above him and Archmage Reduca. Oh! The ball of lightning heavily slammed into the magic barrier and exploded with an earth-shattering sound. The sound wave spread out and created a hurricane under the city walls, blowing away many of the thin roofs of the houses. It was a terrifying scene. At the same time, ripples appeared on the magic barrier's surface. The ball of electricity then split into lightning bolts, which then split into arcs of electricity. Finally, the arcs of electricity spread across the magic barrier like thin threads. After a while, the last strand of electricity finally faded. Archmagus Aphelion was about to raise his head to say something when he saw Su Yi raise his hand again. Another ball of lightning fell, but it wasn't aimed at the 2 archmages on the city walls. Instead, it flew in the direction of the city. Archmage Aphelion was greatly shocked. His body instantly disappeared and reappeared where the ball of lightning had fallen, once again erecting a huge magic barrier. Oh! This time, because Su Yi didn't have much time to condense magic elements, the power of the ball of lightning was a lot weaker than before. Archmagus Aphelion was able to easily block it, but before he could let out a sigh of relief, Su Yi actually threw down another ball of lightning. This time, the ball of lightning was in the opposite direction from where Archmagus Aphelion was. It was even further away. Reduca, stop him. Don't let him lose it again. Archmagus Aphelion only had time to send a message to Archmagus Reduca on the city walls before quickly using a teleportation spell and appearing below the ball of lightning. Actually, before Archmagus Aphelion's message reached him, Archmagus Reduca had already made his move. When Su Yi threw down the ball of lightning, Archmagus Reduca waved his hand. Countless small fireballs with purple flames soared into the sky and shot toward Su Yi. These fireballs were about the same size as the lowest level fireball spell, but Su Yi was very clear in his heart that the power of these fireballs was completely different. He didn't choose to take a head-on. Instead, his body flashed and he appeared in the distance, going deeper into Wimbledon City. As soon as his body appeared, Su Yi raised his hands and casually threw out 2 balls of lightning. This time, not only Archmagus Aphelion, but even Archmagus Reduca had no choice but to use a teleportation spell to rush over. The 2 of them each blocked a ball of lightning. Archmagus Aphelion was greatly angered by Su Yi's actions. He couldn't help but raise his head to curse. But as soon as he raised his head, he saw that the originally clear sky had suddenly turned red. The anger on his face instantly turned to fear. Su Yi, you're crazy. You actually want to use meteor fall. Quickly stop. You've already broken the rules of all magicians. You will become the mortal enemy of all magicians on the continent. Archmagus Reduca also had a face of fear. However, his personality had always been silent, so he wasn't able to curse like Ophelion. He could only point at Su-E and angrily shout, Su-E, despicable. Despicable? Su-E let out a cold laugh in the air. Your Kanla Empire unilaterally broke the agreement and sealed up our new flyer for no reason. Even the Empire's marshal and 2 respected archmagi set a trap to ambush me. Compared, who is more despicable? Archmagus Reduca was speechless. Indeed, what they did today couldn't be considered honorable at all. Moreover, the 2 archmagi had teamed up with Ophelion to ambush Su-E. If this spread out, it would be an extremely despicable matter. If it wasn't for Marshal Sudirman personally explaining the importance of this matter to the Kanla Empire, he definitely wouldn't have participated in this operation. On the other side, Archmagus Ophelion didn't think that much. Hearing Su-Yi's rebuttal, he coldly snorted and angrily said while pointing at Su-E, Su-E, you actually dared to use this kind of forbidden spell in Wimbledon City. Don't even think about living. Su-E let out an unrelenting sneer. I say, Sir Ophelion, you've already said this countless times. Can you say it after you have the confidence to kill me? Archmagus Ophelion flew into a rage, but he had no words to refute. At least until now, what Su-E said wasn't wrong. He and Archmagus Reduca teamed up, but they were always in a passive position when facing Su-E. Even if there were various reasons for this, the fact was that they still couldn't do anything to Su-E. Su-Yi's hands didn't stop moving as he spoke. The red clouds in the sky were getting bigger and bigger, and the color was getting brighter. This meant that the forbidden spell with the largest area of effect, Meteor Fall, was getting closer and closer to completion. Archmagus Ophelion and Archmagus Reduca no longer cared about scolding Su-E. The 2 of them attacked with all their strength at the same time, directly using their domains to invade. As long as they changed the magic space around Su-E and made it so that he couldn't draw magic elements from the surrounding space, then they wouldn't be able to continue casting this forbidden spell. However, just as their domains were about to invade Su-Yi's vicinity, Su-E suddenly smiled at the 2 of them. He withdrew his right hand, and the red clouds in the sky instantly receded. The red sky instantly became clear again. The magic in Su-Yi's body circulated once again, and his magic domain was instantly activated. It was just like when the 3 of them were in Marshal Sudirman's private manor. Archmagus Ophelion and Archmagus Reduca's domains couldn't affect Su-E at all. Of course, Su-E also didn't have the ability to invade their domains, so the 3 of them were in a deadlock. Archmagus Ophelion coldly snorted, Su-E, this time you won't have the chance to escape like before. Obediently accept your death. Oh, Su-E raised his eyebrows. Didn't you say that as long as I surrender, you'll save my life? That was just now, but from the moment you decided to use Meteor Fall, this choice no longer exists. Archmagus Ophelion said with a calm face. So it's like this. Then I understand. Su-E nodded and didn't say anything else. Archmagus Ophelion and Archmagus Reduca thought that he was going to make some shocking move and quickly strengthen their control over their magic domains, doing their best to suppress Su-E. However, Su-E only floated in the air and slightly raised his head to look at the sky. It was unknown what he was thinking, but he didn't do anything else. Archmagus Ophelion and Archmagus Reduca looked at each other in confusion. What was Su-E planning? However, since Su-E didn't make any moves, the 2 of them didn't plan on making any special moves. In reality, the more powerful a mage was, the more boring a fight would be to outsiders. At the level of an Archmagus, the fights between them were even more boring. This was because an Archmagus' understanding of magic had already reached the level of a domain, so normal magic couldn't pose any real threat to an Archmagus. Therefore, in the end, it was still a battle of domains. What would determine the final outcome, other than the understanding of each other's domain, was the strength of their magic power. After the previous fight, Archmagus Aphelion and Archmagus Reduca were certain that Su Yi's understanding of domains wasn't weaker than theirs. He might even be a bit stronger in some areas, so it was impossible to defeat Su Yi with just a domain. Therefore, the only method left was to use magic power to suppress Su Yi. No matter how powerful Su Yi's talent was, he was only 40 years old this year. There weren't many shortcuts for a mage to cultivate their magic power, so the strength of his magic power couldn't compare to Aphelion and Reduca. If this stalemate continued, Su Yi would quickly run out of magic power and lose. It was impossible for Su Yi to not know the current situation. If he didn't do anything now, could it be that he had already given up? Chapter 1080. Time passed bit by bit. Archmagus Aphelion and Archmagus Reduca could clearly feel Su Yi's domain power gradually diminishing. Their grim expressions gradually turned into smiles. According to this trend, it wouldn't be long before all of Su Yi's magic power was used up by them. Not to mention resisting, he wouldn't even have enough magic power to escape. However, Su Yi had been obediently waiting in the air since the beginning and hadn't made any other movements. This made the two of them feel very strange. Even if Su Yi knew that he wasn't a match for the two of them, shouldn't he at least resist? Giving up like this, no matter how one thought about it, it shouldn't be something that a Frestack Chamber of Commerce chairman like Su Yi would do. Can the two of you answer a few more questions? Su Yi suddenly opened his mouth. Archmagus Aphelion and Archmagus Reduca were both surprised. They looked at each other and thought for a bit before Archmagus Aphelion said in a muffled voice, "What else do you want to ask?" Su Yi not making any other movements was the result they wanted to see. Otherwise, if Su Yi didn't care about anything and randomly threw spells at Wimbledon City like before, the two of them would be in a mess. If they weren't careful, Wimbledon City might suffer a huge loss. Now that Su Yi was obediently not doing anything, they were naturally happy to chat with Su Yi and stall for time. From what Marshal Sudirman said just now, I can infer that the Kanla Empire's goal is to kill me and throw our new flyer into chaos. Then you can take the opportunity to swallow our new flyer. But I'm very curious, where did you get the confidence to swallow our new flyer? This is a matter for His Majesty and Marshal Sudirman to consider. It has nothing to do with us. Archmagus Aphelion shook his head and replied in a deep voice. Is that so? Oh, that's right. The two of you are honorable magisters. You only need to act when necessary. Of course, you don't need to get involved in these trivial matters. Su Yi smiled and nodded. Then, Archmage Opharian, let's discuss this from the perspective of magic. Do you think that, if your Kanla Empire swallowed up our new flyer, the technology of magic machines can still develop as quickly as before? That has nothing to do with me. Archmage Ophalion replied with a cold face. In my opinion, the things that New Flyer has come up with are simply crooked. They have long lost the true meaning of magic research. It's good that New Flyer is gone. Otherwise, the other magicians will be tempted to study those useless things. So that's what you were thinking. No wonder. Su Yi nodded as his gaze fell on Archmagus Reduca. Then, Archmagus Reduca, are you the same as Archmagus Ophalion and think that our company's research is crooked? Archmagus Reduca was silent for a moment before slowly nodding. Magic tools have always been a decoration for magic research. How can they be the main thing to research? This will only lower the level of magic on this continent. I don't like it. Su Yi couldn't help letting out a soft laugh. Your Excellency's archmages, I have to say that your views are really too outdated. Could it be that in your eyes, the so-called magic is to reflect who can grasp more powerful magic and who is better at fighting or killing? No, we only care more about the nature of magic. We don't like to waste time and energy on useless things like magic machines. Archmagus Ophalion said in a deep voice. Archmagus Reduca, you also think this way? Seeing Archmagus Reduca nod in agreement, Su Yi gently nodded and said with a smile, "All right, I understand. In the end, the two of you are magicians that pay attention to theoretical research. As for me, I am more inclined towards practical magic research. The tradition of signs is to pay more attention to theoretical research. It isn't strange for the two of you to have this view. After all, even Mentor Carmilla was like this before. But do you really think that the theories you are researching are correct? Hearing the trace of mockery in Su Yi's voice, Archmagus Ophelian's expression became even more gloomy. He coldly snorted. Su Yi, don't think that just because you have outstanding magic talent that you have the right to question our achievements in magic research. Don't forget, the two of us have been archmagi for many years. Our magic research is much better than a guy like you who just became an archmagus. Is that so? But how come I can't detect it? Su Yi chuckled. If the two of you are so much better at magic research than I am, then how did I manage to escape from the two of you so easily? Why do the two of you need to rely on this anti-magic domain array to have the confidence to stop me? Why is it that even with the two of you working together, you can only barely hold me back? This string of wise-made Archmagus Ophelian and Archmagus Reduca's faces turned red. Their expressions carried a trace of shame. This was because Su Yi's question was correct. If they could really surpass Su Yi in magic research, then the result would be them easily dealing with Su Yi. They wouldn't be like now, where they could only use the magic behind Su Yi to use the most violent method to suppress Su Yi. When the two of you and many other magicians see me, I will praise my magic talent. Su Yi continued. I won't deny this point. My talent is indeed not bad. But if you say that there is something that is so outstanding that no one can compare to me, then I won't admit it. Because this view of yours is completely ignoring my own hard work and the more important point. That is the deeper understanding of magic theory that I have gained through studying magic machines. Archmagus Ophelian knit his brows again. What are you trying to say? What I want to say is that studying magic machines is not the same as studying magic tools in your traditional understanding. In reality, because of the high requirements of magic machines, studying magic machines is a very demanding subject. It requires a very detailed understanding of magic theory from a magician. In my opinion, the understanding of magic gained through studying the magical theories related to magic machines is much better than studying magic alone. You want to say that your current magic power is all from studying magic machines? What a joke. Archmagus Ophelian reprimanded without any trace of politeness. Of course, it isn't all from studying magic machines, but it is one of the most important factors. Su Yi paused before continuing. I know that the two of you won't agree with this, so I'll give you an example. How do you think? How did I easily escape from your domains? That isn't a coincidence. Archmagus Ophelian and Archmagus Reduca's faces sunk. Su Yi had been able to easily escape when the two of them worked together. This was simply a shame for them. Yet Su Yi kept mentioning it, which was simply slapping their faces. Let me show you something. Su Yi reached into his chest and took out a small metal component, throwing it at the two archmages. The two archmages looked at each other and controlled their domains at the same time with tacit understanding. They opened up a path and sent the metal component over. This thing is the key to my easy escape just now. If you can study it thoroughly, I believe it will improve your understanding of the mana space. Su Yi's tone was like a teacher teaching his students. However, Archmagus Ophelian and Archmagus Reduca both knew that Su Yi's label just now showed that his understanding of magic space surpassed theirs. This made them very confused. Now that Su Yi had actually given them the key to this problem, that little bit of disrespect was a small problem. That's right. I'm afraid it will be a bit difficult for the two of you to study it with just this thing. I suggest that you look for the 763rd issue of the Frestec Magic Machine Industry Weekly from October of last year to the 786th issue from 2 months ago. They're all the papers I've published on the magic space. After reading it, I believe you'll have a new understanding of it. Su Yi continued. Archmagus Ophelian was silent for a moment before putting the small metal component into his chest. He then looked at Su Yi. Have you finished your funeral matters? Is there anything else you want to say? Funeral matters? Su Yi blinked and smiled. Sir Ophelian, I'm afraid you've misunderstood. I just feel that it will be very difficult for us to have a chance to calmly talk face to face like this. If I don't take this opportunity to pass on a new scientific magic theory to you, I'm afraid there won't be another chance. As for the funeral matters, Su-yi shrugged and raised his head to look at the sky. He reached out his right hand, and a colorful ball of light suddenly rushed down from the sky. It landed in his hand and turned into a flat metal box. This was the metal box that Su-yi had thrown into the magic barrier formed by the anti-magic domain array. Now that it had been the magic barrier for a while, it had returned to Su-yi's hand. There were countless different colored dots of light forming a complicated pattern on it. Su-yi lowered his head to observe it. He then clenched his fist and sent a trace of magic power into it. The surface of the metal box was stimulated by the trace of magic power, and the different patterns formed by the dots of light quickly flashed across the surface of the metal box. In the distance, Archmage Ophelion and Archmage Reduca frowned as they looked at Su-yi's actions. They suddenly had a bad premonition in their hearts. Previously, in Marshal Su-dirman's private manor, Su-yi had suddenly taken out a few strange metal parts and then ran away under their noses. Now, he had taken out a strange metal box. Could it be? Thinking of this, Archmage Ophelion and Archmage Reduca urged their magic power at the same time and strengthened their magic domain invasion on Su-yi. However, this didn't have much of an effect. Su-yi only strengthened his magic power and still easily resisted this attack. After a while, the light on the metal box in Su-yi's hand suddenly disappeared. He put the metal box away and raised his head. The two of you, I've finished speaking. Whether you want to listen or not, I don't care. As for killing me, I'm sorry, that's impossible. So, I have to say goodbye again. After saying this, Su-yi's body suddenly rose rapidly. Archmage Ophelion and Archmage Reduca looked at Su-yi in shock. There was an invisible magic barrier above his head. He had already suffered a loss when he crashed into it. Now, he actually wanted to fly up. Was he looking for death? However, under their gazes, traces of strange light suddenly appeared around Su-yi's body. Then, as if he hadn't touched the magic barrier, he flew up into the air without any hindrance. The next moment, his body flashed and disappeared above Wimbledon City. The astonishment on Archmage Ophelion and Archmage Reduca's faces instantly turned into shock. They immediately reacted and flew up into the sky together. However, just as they flew halfway, two balls of strange light exploded in the air. The two of them seemed to have hit a wall and were forcefully bounced back. The two of them managed to stabilize their bodies in the air with great difficulty. They looked at the magic barrier above their heads that was gradually fading away. Their eyes were full of doubt. The anti-magic domain array clearly didn't lose its effect. How could Su-yi pass through it? Chapter 1081. On the 6th of May, year 3782, a piece of news blew up all of Signs. The Kanla Empire announced that New Flyer had been involved in various illegal activities within the Kanla Empire, and had even secretly supported a rebellion against the Kanla Empire's royal family. As a result, New Flyer was listed as an illegal trading company and was banned from the Kanla Empire. At the same time, in order to investigate New Flyer's crimes and ensure the safety of the Kanla Empire, the Kanla Empire declared that New Flyer was an enemy and cut off all cooperation with New Flyer. They also made an official statement to the Principality of Constantine, requesting the Principality of Constantine to ban New Flyer's activities within the Principality of Constantine. At the end of this statement, the Kanla Empire made it very clear that if the Principality of Constantine did not comply with the Kanla Empire's request, then the Kanla Empire would directly take action against New Flyer. When this statement was released, all of Signs was shocked. New Flyer was currently the trading company that was in the limelight in Signs. They possessed magic machine technology that countless countries and organizations coveted, as well as powerful military magic machines that many countries feared. They had become the most powerful trading company in Signs. The Kanla Empire was one of the two empires in Signs, and could even be said to be the most powerful country on the continent. The two had clearly been working well together before, so why did they suddenly turn against each other? Some people immediately thought of the bloody conflict at the Nanso mine in the northwest of the Drow Kingdom. At the time, the Kanla Empire's insistence on getting involved in this matter had already made many people puzzled. Now that the Kandra Empire had declared war on the Frestek Chamber of Commerce, many people couldn't help guessing that it was because of the bloody conflict in Namukuo that there was an irreconcilable conflict between the two sides that made the Kandra Empire and the Frestek Chamber of Commerce fall out. However, this gave rise to even more doubts and suspicions. The Frestek Chamber of Commerce wasn't a normal company because they controlled the military magic machines that were important to all countries. Not only did the Frestek Chamber of Commerce have scruples with all the countries on the continent, almost all the countries wanted to have a good relationship with them to obtain the military magic machine technology. If they became enemies with New Flyer, wouldn't that be cutting off their hopes of obtaining military magic machine technology for New Flyer? Everyone was clear that since the Frestek Chamber of Commerce invented the military magic machines, the key to winning or losing the war was who had more and better military magic machines. Kanla Empire and New Flyer had turned against each other. Not to mention whether or not they had the ability to eliminate the evil reactionary organization New Flyer. Just the fact that New Flyer had turned to support the Malar Empire was something that the Kanla Empire couldn't accept. However, the next day, May 7th, the Malar Empire suddenly issued a statement to the public, stating that because New Flyer had participated in various rebellious activities within the Malar Empire, New Flyer was listed as an illegal trading company and was banned within the Malar Empire. Apart from a few differences in wording, the contents of the statement were almost exactly the same as the statement released by the Kanla Empire the day before. When everyone saw this statement, they were shocked, but at the same time, they also came up with a guess. The Kanla Empire and the Malar Empire had probably discussed this in secret, right? That's why they turned against New Flyer together. However, this also explained the strange behavior of the Kanla Empire previously. If it wasn't for the Malar Empire reaching an agreement in private, the Kanla Empire certainly wouldn't take such a huge risk to turn against New Flyer and even declare war on New Flyer. Otherwise, if New Flyer turned to support the Malar Empire, then the Kanla Empire would be doomed. However, why would the Malar Empire agree to deal with New Flyer together with the Kanla Empire? With such a good opportunity, why wouldn't the Malar Empire take advantage of the Shinfei merchants and obtain the support of New Flyer to deal with the Kanla Empire in one fell swoop? Without the Kanla Empire as their biggest enemy, the Malar Empire had the power to unify the entire continent. After the Malar Empire's statement, in the next few days, there were a total of 47 signed countries, including the Drow Kingdom, the Marlem Magic Kingdom, the Sac Kingdom, and the Fok Kingdom. There were also 63 large and small organizations, including the Continental Sorcerers Guild, the Chino Union, the Valley Organization Committee, and the Continental Blacksmiths Union that announced that New Flyer had committed all kinds of crimes, so they decided to break off relations with New Flyer and treat New Flyer as an enemy. In just a week, the New Flyer that was popular all over the signs like it was the most welcomed everywhere had become a rat that everyone wanted to beat up. The New Flyer's branches and factories in the various countries had all suffered different degrees of damage and even fell into the control of other countries and organizations. It could be said that in just a short period of time, the New Flyer had suffered an unimaginable loss. It was like countless hands and feet had been cut off in an instant. In the eyes of countless people, no matter how strong the New Flyer was, no matter how powerful their military magic machines were, in front of so many countries and organizations that gathered all the resources of the signs, there was no chance of luck. This company that had been established for 23 years, bringing the magic machine industry to the continent and changing the lives of many people on the continent, being known as the fastest developing company in the history of the signs with the most prospects, was about to become history. Do you all think the same? Su Yi's eyes swept over the high-level members of a New Flyer in the conference room. He had a smile on his face, and his expression was very relaxed. You all think that our company is finished this time? That there's no hope? Bah. The president of the Shinfei Household Magical Machinery Chamber of Commerce, Enkado, spat fiercely. You want to finish our company with just these people? Dream on. That's right. These idiots don't even know what kind of power our company has. Do they think that they can scare us? What a joke. The president of the Shinfei Mining Chamber of Commerce, the dwarf Li Sop, also had a disdainful expression. President, why don't you just give the order and tell us how to kill these bastards? The captain of the New Flyers Guard's heart slapped his chest and loudly said, Our brothers in the Guards have been itching for a long time. Now that so many idiots are willing to rush to their deaths, we can't be happier. That's right. So what if they have more people? In front of our company's guards, there's still a bunch of trash. He revealed a faint smile and raised his hand to cut off everyone's excitement. Seeing that everyone is so confident, I'm relieved. However, I have to remind everyone that this time, our company can be said to be the enemy of the entire world. Is it really good for you all to be so confident? TCH. So what if we're the enemy of the entire world? These guys clearly wanted to devour us long ago, but they didn't have the guts. Now that they have finally gathered together, they feel that they have the ability to devour us. That's why they dare to make a move. If they were really that strong, would they need to act like this? Enkado curled his lips and said disdainfully. That's right, Sui said with a nod with a faint smile. These guys are indeed far from being as strong as they seem. Or to be more precise, we are far more powerful than they think. Thus, even if we're the enemy of the entire world, it isn't that scary. Of course, there's an old saying that goes, strategically, you have to look down on the enemy. Tactically, you have to pay attention to the enemy. Seabass, New Flyers Finance Director Seabass, who is already 67 years old this year, was still full of energy. He stood up and gracefully bowed to Sui before saying with a smile, Sir Chairman, what are your orders? I announce that the company will enter a state of combat readiness. All logistical resources will be guaranteed according to wartime standards. Do you understand what I mean? I will follow your instructions. Seabass bowed slightly. Very good. Kanbai. The dwarf Kanbai jumped up and stood on his chair. He forcefully knocked on his chest, making a thudding sound. Sir Chairman, please give your orders. Even if you want us dwarves to climb a mountain of swords or plunge into a sea of flames, there won't be any problems. Sui smiled. If the dwarves of your magic R&D center were to be sent to climb a mountain of swords or plunge into a sea of flames, then our new flyer would really be finished. All right, the task I'm giving you is to adjust the production capacity from now on and speed up the production of military magic machines. As for how to ensure the production of some basic magic machines for civilian use, you can discuss it with Grius. Yes, Kanbai replied loudly. His eyes glowed as he rubbed his hands vigorously. With an excited expression, he asked, Sir Chairman, are we going to go all out this time? Sui shrugged his shoulders. Of course. Do you think those guys are here to drink and chat? After a pause, Sui's gaze fell on the captain of New Flyers Guard Squad, Hart. Hart immediately stood up and straightened his body, looking straight at Sui. I await your orders, Sir Chairman. Sui nodded and left the table. He came to the large map hanging on the wall and slapped it, saying in a deep voice, If nothing unexpected happens, the enemy will launch an attack in a short period of time. Hart, I hope you can give them a painful blow right from the start. Can you do it? The corners of Hart's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a smile. He snorted and said, Sir Chairman, I'll definitely give those guys an unforgettable lesson. Very good. Sui nodded heavily. He turned his head and swept his gaze across everyone in the conference room. Everyone, from now on, New Flyer will enter the most crucial period, and also the most dangerous period. Do you have the confidence to hold on with me? Yes, of course. Sir Chairman, we'll always listen to your orders. Kill those bastards. Furious shouts immediately erupted in the conference room. Sui couldn't help but laugh. These people in front of him were his old subordinates who had followed him for 10 or even 20 years. In this dangerous moment, not a single one of them showed the slightest hint of fear. This made him feel extremely gratified. Pa, Sue, he slapped the map again with a backhand. Everyone, from now on, let us wage war against this world. Chapter 1082. Count Andesur rode on his favorite pure white warhorse, Pineapple, and quickly climbed up a small hill. He raised his head slightly and looked at the sparse crowd on the plains in the distance. The corners of his mouth curled up, and his expression was full of disdain. These guys are the kingdom of Ruhr's army? Look at them. They don't even have 5,000 men. Where did they get the courage to stop me? Lord Count, don't underestimate them. Look, the kingdom of Ruhr's army is equipped with many military magic machines. They have even more than our army. We have to be more careful. Military magic machines? Count Andesur snorted. You guys talk about it all the time, as if you can't fight without it. In my opinion, there's nothing great about it. With just these few people, my elite heavy cavalry will be able to finish them off with a single charge. Lord Count, I think it's better to be careful. What if? There's no what if. Count Andesur waved his hand impatiently, interrupting the advice of his loyal adjutant. Pass down the order. The heavy cavalry is to prepare for a charge. We have to teach these bastards who dare to rebel against the Kamla Empire a lesson in blood. The adjutant looked at the scattered formation of the kingdom of Ruhr's army. No matter how he looked at it, there were only a few thousand men. There wasn't even a single warhorse among them. He couldn't help but shake his head. Even if the enemy had the so-called military magic machines, they shouldn't be a problem. He stopped persuading Count Andesur and passed down his orders. Count Andesur was leading one of the top 10 elite armies of the Kamla Empire, the Glory Army. Their mission was to be the vanguard and be the first to attack the kingdom of Ruhr. Half a month ago, because the Principality of Constantine refused the Kamla Empire's request to ban the new flyer, the Kamla Empire used this as an excuse to declare war on the Principality of Constantine. Then, because the kingdom of Ruhr refused the Kamla Empire's request to pass through, the Kamla Empire declared war on the kingdom of Ruhr. Count Andesur's Glory Army was the first army of the Kamla Empire to enter the kingdom of Ruhr. It was the vanguard army. It wasn't easy for me to get this vanguard position. On this battlefield, it is time for me, Romanus Andesur, to shine. Seeing that the heavy cavalry was in formation and ready, Count Andesur raised the sword in his hand. Charge! Glory illuminates my heart. 3,000 heavily armed cavalrymen roared in unison. Even their warhorses were covered in a thick layer of armor. The 3,000 warhorses raised their front hooves and charged forward. Just the cavalrymen and warhorses weighed more than a ton. With the heavy armor and weapons on their bodies, their weight could easily approach a shocking 2 tons. When a cavalryman like this charged forward, the momentum was already shocking enough. Now that 3,000 cavalrymen were charging at the same time, the momentum was naturally incomparably shocking. The ground trembled from the galloping of the warhorses. The muffled sound of iron hooves stomping on the ground mixed together, and it was like thunder that resounded through the entire sky. Count Andesur laughed maniacally as he watched his cavalrymen charge towards the kingdom of Ruhr's formation. Ah, what a beautiful formation, what a beautiful voice. A small kingdom of Ruhr actually dares to be so arrogant and make an enemy out of our great Kamla Empire. Today is the day you'll be buried. Whoosh! A strange sound was suddenly heard, as if something had broken through the air at high speed. Count Andesur looked in the direction of the sound in shock. He saw a fiery red light fly out from the kingdom of Ruhr's formation and head straight towards them. Oomph! Just some cheap toys. Before Count Andesur could finish his sentence, the fiery red light had already landed in the midst of the charging cavalrymen. Boom! An abnormally bright flame suddenly exploded, followed by an incomparably loud explosion. Countless cavalrymen in heavy armor and their warhorses were sent flying amidst the flames and explosions. Even some severed limbs were sent flying into the sky. With just this one attack, a huge gap was forcibly opened up in the originally complete and tight formation of the heavy cavalry. But this was not the end. Immediately after the fiery red light, more than 10 lights flew out from the Kingdom of Ruhr's formation and landed in the middle of the cavalryman's formation. Boom, 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 boom. A series of intense flames exploded, followed by a series of explosions. Countless cavalrymen and war horses were blown away, and countless severed limbs flew in the air. In the blink of an eye, the 3,000 heavy-armored cavalrymen that had looked so majestic and unstoppable just a moment ago were now completely unrecognizable. Only less than 1,000 heavy-armored cavalrymen survived, but they could no longer maintain the momentum of their charge, let alone maintain a complete formation. Count Anisur's eyes widened as he looked at the scattered cavalrymen in the distance. He could not believe what he was seeing. Oh my God! This was a full 3,000 cavalrymen. This was the pride of the Glory Legion, the most elite army of the Kamla Empire that no one could stop even in a direct battle with the Malar Empire. But now, they hadn't even touched the enemy's side, and they had lost more than half of their forces. This is impossible. This is impossible. Endless shock and deep fear filled Count Anisur's heart, and he couldn't help roaring out in rage. How could these Kingdom of Ruhr waste be this strong? This must be an illusion. The adjutant on the side swallowed a mouthful of saliva with difficulty. He looked away from the tragic battlefield in front of him and anxiously shouted at Count Anisur, "Sir Count, let's quickly retreat. They even have the magic cannons. We can't match them at all." "Retreat?" Count Antisur turned to look at the adjutant. "Retreat where? We are the vanguard. Do you know what vanguard means?" "But Sir Count, we definitely aren't their match. If we don't retreat, I'm afraid." "I'm afraid." Count Antisur coldly looked at him and shook his head. "Impossible. Since I've taken a vanguard, there is no possibility of retreating. Send my orders, the entire army will attack." "Sir Count Antisur, you can't do this." The adjutant was shocked as he loudly shouted. "Even the heavy cavalry was destroyed. How could we beat them? You should listen to me and retreat. When we go back, ask the army headquarters to give us more military magic machines. There will be no problem then." Count Anisur looked back and found that the Kingdom of Ruhr's army was already moving. Although they didn't have battle horses, when they got on those strange-looking armor magic vehicles, they moved very quickly. In the blink of an eye, they had already caught up to the heavy cavalry that were running back. Then the armored magic vehicles spat out tongues of flame, and the heavy cavalry that were covered in heavy armor fell down like straw being harvested, not being able to resist at all. Count Andisur took a deep breath. On this expedition, he had relied on the power of his family to take the vanguard position. He hoped that he could earn some military merits and pave the way for his future promotion. However, now that he had seen the terrifying might of the Kingdom of Ruhr's military magic machines, he couldn't help being shaken. Seeing the flame red light fall and a group of heavy cavalry being sent flying, Count Anisur's eyelids couldn't help twitching. This must be the power of a demon. After pondering for a moment, he raised his hand and lifted the reins in his hand. Pineapple, who was sitting on him, immediately understood his intention. It raised its front hooves and spun around, but turned its body to the back. "Retreat." Count Antisur gave the order in a deep voice. Although he had only made a simple contact with the Kingdom of Ruhr's army, he could clearly tell that he had seriously underestimated the might of the military magic machines. Even the strongest heavy cavalry of the Glory Regiment had been wiped out. In front of the incomparably powerful military magic machines, he was certain that his subordinates couldn't resist at all and could only choose to retreat. Seeing that Count Antisur had finally decided to retreat, the adjutant was filled with joy and quickly passed down this order. But when the remaining Glory Regiment finished adjusting their formation with difficulty and were prepared to retreat, there were several dozen flames that flew out of the sky and fell into the Glory Regiment's formation. "Oh!" A flame fell exactly 2 meters away from Count Antisur. Count Antisur only had time to widen his eyes. Just as a shocked expression appeared on his face, An abnormally bright flame and a huge, unstoppable shockwave had already engulfed him and his pineapple. Chapter 1083. The flames of war weren't just ignited in the kingdom of Ruhr. At the same time that Count Anasur died, 2,400 kilometers to the north, at the border between the Drake Duchy and the Frankish kingdom, there was an army that was several times larger than the Brilliant Light Army that was a mix of soldiers from the Marlow Empire and the Frankish kingdom. There was an army that was several times larger than the Brilliant Light Army that was only several thousand people fighting at the border. However, the situation on the battlefield was clearly leaning towards this army of several thousand people. The allied army of the Malar Empire and the Frankish kingdom had been completely suppressed from beginning to end and couldn't resist at all. The commander in charge of this operation, the Malar Empire's army general Raven Marquis, had a dark look on his face. Seeing the flashes of the magic cannons in the sky and hearing the explosions that came from his army, he couldn't hold back the rage in his heart. Where's our magic cannon team? Why haven't they caught up yet? The commander-in-chief, Gyudor Marquis on the side, gave a sigh before shaking his head. There's no other way. The magic cannons can't keep up. They should be at least 20 kilometers away from here. Then why did those fellows already set up their magic cannons? Why can't we do it? Raven Marquis angrily said. Gyudor Marquis said with a bitter smile, Raven, those fellows were already prepared to meet us here, so of course they already set up their magic cannons. We had to travel several hundred kilometers from the Empire to come here. How could we compare to them in terms of preparation? If it wasn't for the fact that there was a complete road, it would be a problem if we could transport those heavy magic cannons. Hearing this, Raven Marquis knit his brows even tighter. Why are our magic cannons so heavy? The new Flyer's magic cannons can be easily pulled around. It's much lighter and its firepower is much stronger. Gyudor Marquis' bitter smile was filled with helplessness. It's already good that those people at the Magic Weapon Research Facility can develop the magic cannons. How could they be qualified to make them the same as the new Flyer? If they really had the ability, we wouldn't have needed to start this war, right? Raven Marquis thought for a bit before slowly nodding. Speaking of this, I always thought that the Drake Duchy's Grand Duke Caroline was a very wise woman. She would obediently obey us, or at the very least remain neutral. I never thought that she would unexpectedly stand on the side of the Frestec Chamber of Commerce. It really is a bit unexpected. Gyudor Marquis' lips that had a deep smile. Marquis Caroline Marquis, Marquis 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 Marquis, Marquis Marquis, Marquis 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 Marquis, Marquis, Marquis Marquis Marquis, Marquis, Maris New Flyer. Hey, women are creatures that are easily controlled by emotions in the end. Raven Marquis shook his head with a look of disdain. She hasn't thought about it. Even if the Drake Duchy can obtain support from a new Flyer, with a small duchy like them, what can they use to resist our Malar Empire? But aren't we being blocked here right now? Gyudor Marquis spread his hands. Moreover, don't forget, even if we take care of Duke Caroline, there's an even more troublesome and hard to deal with woman waiting for us. Raven Marquis' expression changed slightly. Queen 70? This fellow is said to have a good relationship with Sue E. Even her only son is said to have been born from an affair with Sue E. The Lampari Kingdom's strength is not something the Drake Duchy can compare to. Adding in the fact that the Lampari Kingdom's magic machine industry has developed the longest and is the most mature, if she is determined to support the new Flyer, it really will be troublesome. This is something that we already expected. There's nothing to be surprised about. Gyudor Marquis said. Compared to this, what I care more about is how those fellows from the Sac Kingdom are doing. ##### around 1,300 kilometers to the west was the new northern border between the Sac Kingdom and the Lampari Kingdom. Compared to the Muerto mountain range between the two countries, this new border was close to 100 kilometers to the north. A large piece of land that belonged to the Sac Kingdom was now part of the Lampari Kingdom's territory. Therefore, the Lampari Kingdom's northern army had moved 100 kilometers to the north, entering the heart of the Sac Kingdom. But like this, they had lost the natural barrier of the Muerto mountain range, making the Northern Army's defenses a bit strained. It was far from being as thorough as the Muerto mountain range before. It was a good thing that the Sac Kingdom had been very honest in the past few years and didn't cause any problems, so it had continued like this. However, today this incomplete defense had aroused the greed of some people. A team of around 3,000 people quietly went around the forest outside Randytown, heading to the Lampari Kingdom's Northern Army's post to the west of Randytown. There were 500 soldiers from the Lampari Kingdom's Northern Army stationed in this post. They were responsible for defending an area of 10 kilometers with Randytown as the center. With only 500 people guarding such a large area, naturally it was impossible to cover everything. So the Sac Kingdom's army of 3,000 people smoothly approached the guard station, not meeting any obstacles along the way. Seeing the post lit up because it was close to night, this large group from the Hungry Wolf Regiment followed the plan and surrounded it. Their goal was to wipe out the 500 soldiers of the Lampari Kingdom's Northern Army and take all the military supplies in the post. The Lampari Kingdom's Northern Army had always been supported by the New Flyer, so they had large amounts of military magic machines. Although there were only 500 people, they had military magic machines that could compare to the entire Hungry Wolf Regiment. If they fought head-on, these 3,000 people might not be a match for the 500 Northern Army soldiers. But if they ambushed them now, the military magic machines wouldn't be able to play much of a role. As long as they got close, the deciding factor would be the number of people. The 3,000 soldiers of the Hungry Wolf Legion crept to within 200 meters of the garrison. Then a whistle suddenly sounded in the night sky. All the soldiers rushed out from their hiding places and charged at the garrison with all their might. They had to charge in before the Northern Army could react and fight with the Northern Army. Only then would they have a chance of winning. However, even when the 3,000 Hungry Wolf Regiment soldiers reached the walls of the post, there was still no reaction from the post. There were no Northern Army soldiers that came out, and there were no battle cries that came from inside. This post was like it had suddenly died. After a bit of hesitation, the Hungry Wolf Regiment commander in charge of the 3,000 soldiers gave a signal, and a group of people charged into the post. However, when the first soldier climbed up the wall and prepared to enter the post, there was a bright red light that came from the wall. There were also balls of fiery red light bursting out from the ground outside the walls. Hong, 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 hong. A series of dense explosions resounded throughout the night sky. The flames of the explosions instantly lit up the sky, which had begun to darken due to the darkness of the night, with a red hue. Most of the 3,000 Hungry Wolf Regiment soldiers that surrounded the post had been killed in the blink of an eye, and most of the rest had lost their battle strength from the explosions. In a short period of time, of the 3,000 Hungry Wolf Regiment soldiers, there were less than 500 that could still fight. But when the remaining 500 knew that they had fallen into a trap and were prepared to retreat, the sound of countless crossbow bolts came from behind them. After a few breaths of time, the several hundred people that could still stand had been turned into sieves by the crossbow bolts. Outside the post, there wasn't a single Hungry Wolf Regiment soldier that could stand up. Humph! A group of thieves, you really think you can escape our surveillance? The guard of Randytown, the captain of the Lampari Kingdom's Northern Army's 3rd Army's 4th Squad, Deng Plu, appeared from the darkness outside the post. He spat in disdain at the corpses of the Hungry Wolf Regiment soldiers before turning to the northwest and taking out a small magic communicator from his chest. When he was about to make a call, he saw the red light on the magic communicator, and there was a communication request. Deng Pulu chuckled and pressed the button to connect the call. "Hey, Deng Pulu, how is it on your side? Are there any Sac Kingdom rats looking for you?" There was a rough voice that came from the magic communicator. If it was someone familiar, just based on this voice, they would be able to tell that the fellow on the other side of the magic communicator was the guard of Tower Shield Town 20 kilometers away, Ryan. "There is, but we just took care of them. What about your side?" Deng Pulu asked back. It's just a group of rats. What is there to worry about? They're all taken care of. There aren't any problems." Ryan replied. That's good. Dang Pulu nodded. Dang Pulu nodded. You don't need me to tell you what to do next, right? Hey, is there a need for you to say that? The orders have already come from above. All right, quickly clean up your side, and we'll meet up after I'm done here. Then we'll teach those Sack Kingdom brats a lesson. All right, let's keep in touch. Dang Pulu hung up and looked up at the calm night sky before letting out a soft sigh. Since the war with the Sack Kingdom last time, they had been living a peaceful life for close to 10 years. Now those idiots from the Sack Kingdom thought that they could use the Kamla Empire and the Malar Empire's declaration of war against the Principality of Constantine and the New Flyer to launch a counterattack against the Lampari Kingdom. They really were thinking too much. Hey, I want to let you idiots know that the current Lampari Kingdom is 10 times stronger than before. Chapter 1084. The flames of war instantly lit up all of Signs. At the beginning of June, the Kamla Empire's army invaded the Kingdom of Ruhr. Following that, the Malar Empire and the Fok Kingdom's army invaded the Drake Duchy, fighting a fierce battle with the Drake Duchy and the Lampari Kingdom's army on the border. At the same time, the Sack Kingdom's army gathered to attack the Lampari Kingdom's northern army. If these three places were connected, one would find that the three armies were all pointing to the same place, which was the Principality of Constantine in the southwest corner of the continent. Accurately speaking, they were pointing to the New Flyer. Moreover, the flames of war weren't just limited to the southwest corner of the continent. Before the flames of war were ignited, the 47 countries that had listed the New Flyer as enemies had already put pressure on the surrounding countries, asking them to expel the New Flyer from their borders. Otherwise, they would be regarded as supporting the New Flyer and would be listed as enemies. Under the pressure and consideration of benefits, there were many countries that didn't declare the New Flyer as an unwelcome company. They sealed all the bases, factories, and shops that the New Flyer had set up in their countries. Of course, there were some countries that didn't care about this warning and maintained their cooperation with the New Flyer. These countries included the Nosdormu Business Union Kingdom and the Duchy of Wales, the 16 countries that had deep cooperation with the New Flyer. So after the flames of war were ignited in the southwest corner of the continent, these 16 countries were also attacked by one or even several countries. The targets of these attacks were the various bases of a New Flyer. Since the war between the Kamla Empire and the Malar Empire 40 years ago, this could be considered the war that the Signs had launched in the past few decades that involved the most countries and the most wide-scale war. The target of this war wasn't a country, but rather a company. This was the most strange war in the history of Signs. In the eyes of most people, no matter how powerful New Flyer was and how powerful their military magic machines were, it was impossible for them to truly contend against a massive empire like the Kamla Empire. Not to mention that this was the first time the Kamla Empire and the Malar Empire had joined hands since they were established. Adding in the Marlow Magic Kingdom, the Dror Kingdom, the Franks Kingdom, and other countries with decent strength, they could be considered to have gathered most of the power in Signs. Even if the New Flyer had the support of the Lampari Kingdom, the Kingdom of Ruhr, the Drake Duchy, and other countries, how could it resist such a terrifying force? Therefore, most people believe that New Flyer, the company that led the magic machine industry on the continent, was about to come to an end. However, when the flames of war were ignited, what happened next made the entire continent speechless. The first to ignite the flames of war was the Kamla Empire. But as the vanguard of the Kamla Empire's army, the first to invade the Kingdom of Ruhr, one of the 10 elite armies of the Kamla Empire, the Radiant Regiment, had been wiped out in just half a day of fighting with the Kingdom of Ruhr's army. The army commander Count Antisur had even died in battle. After that, the army of 60,000 from the Malar Empire and the Franks Kingdom was stopped by the army of less than 20,000 from the Drake Duchy and the Lampari Kingdom at the border between the Drake Duchy and the Franks Kingdom. Both sides have been fighting for 2 days. The magic cannons and logistics of the Marlow Empire and the Frankish Kingdom's army had been bombarded by the Frestac Chamber of Commerce's magic airships and had been wiped out in the end. After losing their supplies and the magic cannons that they relied on the most, They were forced to retreat from the Drake Duchy, but they were also bombarded by the magic airships of a new flyer during their retreat. Although there were 2 great magicians and several adept magicians accompanying the army, the final result was that 2 great magicians died on the spot. A total of 26 of the 37 adept magicians died in battle, and 11 of them barely managed to escape. In the end, the Allied army suffered heavy losses from the bombing of the magic airships and the pursuit of the Drake Duchy and the Lampury Kingdom. There were only 20,000 people that managed to escape back to the Fok Kingdom, which could be considered a heavy defeat. However, compared to the losses of the Sak Kingdom, the losses of the Kanla Empire and the Marlady Empire weren't considered that much. In order to cooperate with the attacks of the Kanla Empire and the Malar Empire, the Sak Kingdom that had already reached an agreement with Dark Red had attacked the Lampury Kingdom's northern army, trying to restrain the Lampury Kingdom's side. However, the Hungry Wolf Regiment that had sent 6 large groups for a total of 30,000 people had been fiercely counterattacked by the Lampury Kingdom's northern army without exception. Of the 30,000 people, less than 4,000 had escaped. The more important thing was that the Lampury Kingdom's northern army had immediately launched a counterattack against the Sak Kingdom. If one were to talk about the complete set of military magic machines, other than the New Flyers Guards, the other army in the signs was the Lampury Kingdom's northern army. Since close to 20 years ago, the Lampury Kingdom had been developing a good relationship with a New Flyer to build the northern army. After close to 20 years of training, the Lampury Kingdom's northern army had already evolved into a new army with a complete set of military magic machines. Just in terms of the magic airships equipped with military magic machines, the Northern Army had 15 of them, and there were countless other kinds of military magic machines. This kind of army of over 50,000 people, it could be imagined how strong they were. Even if the Sak Kingdom had been developing military magic machines over the years, there was no doubt that they couldn't compare to the military magic machines that the Lampury Kingdom's Northern Army had from the New Flyer. So as soon as they fought, the Sak Kingdom's army kept retreating. In just half a month, the Lampury Kingdom's northern army had defeated all the resistance from the Sak Kingdom's side and had successfully broken through the Sak Kingdom's capital, Nordham City. The Sak Kingdom's king had already escaped with some ministers before the city was broken, so the Sak Kingdom's capital had fallen. At the same time, after the Lampury Kingdom and the Drake Duchy's army repelled the Malar Empire's army, they didn't stop and directly invaded the Fok Kingdom. They were like a hot knife through butter, repelling the 3 armies of the Fok Kingdom and the reinforcements sent by the Malar Empire. In the end, when they reached the Fok Kingdom's capital, they chose to retreat and built new fortifications on the border with the Drake Duchy. After this battle, the Fok Kingdom's army had lost most of their forces and they were heavily injured. They didn't have the ability to fight the Drake Duchy at all. The Malar Empire's side never expected that they would be defeated this quickly and this miserably. Even with the reinforcements still being organized, they couldn't attack for a while. So the Drake Duchy's north was temporarily at peace. But the Kingdom of Ruhr's side to the south wasn't at peace at all. After the Radiant Regiment was almost completely destroyed, and even the regiment commander Count Anasur had died in battle, the Kanla Empire was filled with rage and immediately sent an army to invade the Kingdom of Ruhr. Although the Kingdom of Ruhr had some military magic machines, the Kanla Empire was well prepared. They had sent an army of 180,000 soldiers, invading from many directions. At this time, the effects of the Norton Duchy merging with the Kanla Empire could be seen. Originally, if they wanted to enter the Kingdom of Ruhr from the Kanla Empire, they could only choose from the east and the northeast of the Kingdom of Ruhr. But after the Norton Duchy merged with the Kanla Empire, the north of the Kingdom of Ruhr was completely open to the Kanla Empire. This allowed the Kanla Empire to send an army of 180,000 soldiers to invade from 6 different directions. The Kingdom of Ruhr only had 50,000 soldiers, so it was impossible for them to completely resist the invasion of 180,000 soldiers. But at this time, the New Flyer made a statement to the outside world. For the first time, the Kanla Empire and the Malar Empire made a public statement to refute the accusations made by the new flyer. In the statement, the new flyer stated that the new flyer had always been cooperating with the two empires, promoting the magic machine industry in the two empires. They wanted to improve the daily lives of the citizens of the two empires and promote the development of the two empires. However, the two empires had inverted black and white, slandering the Frestec Chamber of Commerce for participating in reactionary activities. Without any reason or basis, they had closed down the various industries of the Frestec Chamber of Commerce in the two empires. Not only did this bring large economic losses to the Frestec Chamber of Commerce, it even caused serious casualties. Regarding this, the new flyer could not accept it and strongly condemned it. Of course, this was not the main point. The main point was that the new flyer stated in the second half of the statement that the Drake Duchy and the Kingdom of Ruhr were long-term strategic partners of the new flyer. Now that the two empires had launched a military invasion against the Drake Duchy and the Kingdom of Ruhr, the new flyer would not just stand by and watch. They would support the two empires according to the Strategic Cooperation Agreement and help them resist the invasion of the two empires. The new flyer also stated that this support was not only in terms of resources, but also in terms of military support. In other words, the new flyer guards would officially announce their participation in the war. Chapter 1085. On the morning of the 28th of June, a large transport magic car quickly passed by a plane on the northern border of the Kingdom of Ruhr before slowly stopping in front of Valley. The commander of the St. Joan Regiment, one of the 10 elite regiments of the Kamla Empire, Roman Legel, jumped out of the passenger seat of the large transport magic car in the middle. He habitually rubbed his butt, but he found that his butt didn't feel any pain at all. He couldn't help turning to look at the soft cushion in the passenger seat before curling his lips. It really is more comfortable sitting in this thing. It's a pity that those stubborn old fellows aren't even willing to admit this fact. It really is pitiful. After muttering this, Legel waved his hand and called over an adjutant. Send some scouts to check the situation in the valley in front. Make sure there aren't any ambushes. The adjutant left with this order, and after a while, a small team of scouts quickly rode over. Although the Kamla Empire's military had begun to reflect after their two defeats against the Kingdom of Ruhr, placing importance on the military magic machines that most people didn't care about before, the Kamla Empire's military headquarters had a very deep tradition, and all the armaments were related to the interests of many people. There was a lot of pressure to change, so it had always been a very troublesome problem for the army to change their equipment. Moreover, the Kamla Empire's military headquarters had over 500,000 soldiers, so it was impossible for them to change their equipment all at once. Adding in the fact that the new flyer's production capacity had always been low and the military magic machines had always been strictly controlled, the Kamla Empire's military headquarters hadn't been able to purchase enough military magic machines to equip their regiments. In the past few years, the Kamla Empire had obtained some military magic machine technology from the new flyer and had embarked on the path of self-development. They had indeed developed a series of military magic machines based on the military magic machines sold by the Xinfei Chamber of Commerce and had entered the stage of mass production. With these things, the Kamla Empire had the confidence to fall out with the new flyer. But this was far from enough to satisfy the large demands of the army headquarters. So the large armies of the Kamla Empire were in a strange state. The traditional bows, spears, war horses, horse carriages, and other things were mixed in with the new military magic machines and the large transport magic cars, making it look very chaotic. This was something that could not be helped. The military could not satisfy the needs of all the legions, so they could only distribute a little based on the situation. Only that idiot Andesur would refuse to change his old ideas. In the end, he's dead now. Not even his bones are left. Thinking of this, Reger's lips curled into a contemptuous smile. In the Kandra Empire's army headquarters, there were quite a few people like Count Antuso who refused to accept new things and still insisted on the old ideas of war. They were called the old school by people like Rager who were willing to accept change, and they were called the new school. Before this, When the old school compared to the new school, the old school had the advantage. But this time, after Count Anisur's brilliant regiment was almost wiped out, the old school lost their voice, and the new school quickly took control of the military headquarters. In the army sent to attack the Kingdom of Ruhr, most of the new school officers were the new school officers. Reger was the most active of the new school officers. This time, he took the initiative to ask the military headquarters to lead the St. Joan Regiment as the main force of the Third Front Army, invading the Kingdom of Ruhr from the north. If it was a traditional old-school officer, although they would be vigilant in a valley like this and send out scouts to see if there was an ambush, they definitely wouldn't be as careful as Reger, sending out scouts 2 kilometers away from the valley. If the old-school officers knew about this, they would laugh at Reger for being too cowardly. However, Reger was very clear that he didn't choose this distance because he was cowardly. Rather, it was because he knew that the Kingdom of Ruhr's army was equipped with large amounts of magic cannons. The range of the magic cannons was easily over 2 kilometers or even 3 kilometers. Even at this distance, it wasn't 100% safe. So in order to make sure there weren't any problems, Reger had to be a bit more careful. Watching the scouts climb up the cliffs on both sides of the valley, Reger couldn't help shaking his head and cursing. Damn, those stingy people at the military headquarters. Why aren't they willing to buy magic airships? If I had several dozen. Oh no, even if it was just a single magic airship, it would be fine. I could just send a magic airship over to take a look. Why would I need to go through all this trouble and send scouts? Reger suddenly turned to look at the center of the army. There was a magnificent horse carriage that was very conspicuous in the middle of a group of soldiers, looking very out of place. In the horse carriage was the leader of the St. Joan Army's magicians, Great Magician Yale, who was a 4th grade Great Magician. Reger hesitated a bit before quickly walking to the side of the horse carriage. Your Excellency Yale, can I ask you to make a move? Reger respectfully asked the person in the horse carriage. Although he was the commander of the St. Joan Army, the magician system was independent of the army and wasn't under the control of the army headquarters. Not to mention that Great Magician Yale was a 4th grade Great Magician, one of the top magicians in the Kanla Empire other than the 9 Great Magicians. His position was even higher than the commander Reger. The curtain of the horse carriage was opened, and Great Magician Yale's wrinkled face was revealed. Make a move. Great Magician Yale slightly knit his brows with a doubtful look. We haven't met any enemies yet. What do you want me to make a move? Reger revealed a smile and explained, It's like this, Your Excellency Great Magician. I'm worried that the enemy has set up an ambush in front of us. There might be a magic trap, so I hope you can use your magic to see if there are any magic traps in the valley ahead. Great Magician Yale leaned out of the horse carriage and looked at the valley in the distance before knitting his brows again. Didn't you send scouts over? The scouts can only see if there are any ambushes. They can't find any magic traps. Reger shook his head. Then there's no need for me to personally go, right? Great Magician Yale waved his hand with an impatient look. He looked back, and with a flick of his finger, a flame red light shot out and landed on a normal-looking horse carriage in the back. After a while, a young magician around 30 years old wearing a magic robe flew over. Great Magician Yale, do you have any orders? The young magician respectfully asked Great Magician Yale. Great Magician Yale pointed at the valley in the distance. Go and see if there are any magic traps in there. Our Sir Army Commander is not assured. Reger's expression slightly changed, but he still nodded and said to the young magician, That's right. Other than that, I hope you can investigate the situation around the valley. Do you understand what I mean? For a young magician who is only a 7th grade magician, Reger didn't need to be polite. The young magician naturally wouldn't refuse like Great Magician Yale. So after a sound of acknowledgement, he flew into the valley. Sir Army Commander, I understand your cautiousness, but isn't your current performance a bit too careful? Great Magician Yale suddenly said. Reger cursed in his heart, but he still had a smile on his face as he replied, In the army, there's nothing wrong with being a bit more careful. Great Magician Yale shook his head. You really aren't as domineering as the other soldiers I've seen. Hong, a violent explosion suddenly came from the distance, interrupting Great Magician Yale's words. Both of their faces changed as they looked in the direction of the explosion. They saw a cloud of smoke and dust rising from the valley in the distance, accompanied by flames. It looked like there had just been an explosion. This Great Magician Yale's expression was a bit ugly. He had just been criticizing Redger for being too careful. But now there was an explosion in the valley. This was simply a slap to his face. Redger didn't have time to care about what Great Magician Yale was thinking at this time. He carefully looked at the valley in the distance, and his expression changed. After the explosion, large rocks kept falling from the cliffs on both sides of the valley. The rumbling sounds didn't stop, and from time to time, there would be a series of explosions, causing even more large rocks to fall. In the blink of an eye, the 10-meter-wide path in the valley was filled with countless large rocks, completely blocking the path. Great Magician Yale, I'm afraid I'll have to ask you to make a move this time, Redger said with a bitter smile. Great Magician Yale didn't dare directly refuse this time, so he raised a brow in response. Other than you personally making a move, I don't think anyone else has the ability to clear a path from there. Moreover, I'm worried that there might be other traps inside. Great Magician Yale looked at the situation in the valley and silently nodded. The place they were heading towards was surrounded by a mountain range. Within a radius of 50 kilometers, there was only one valley that they could pass through. If they didn't take this route and took a detour, it would take at least a few more hours. That would seriously delay their timing. To clear a path from the collapsed valley, normal magicians naturally couldn't do it. Only a great magician like him could do it. All right, I'll go take a look at the situation first. If there aren't any traps, send some people over. I need people to help clean up the mess. All right. Great Magician Yale said this before his body trembled and he flew into the air, quickly flying towards the valley in the distance. When he was halfway there were several fire red lights that cut through the sky from both sides, flying towards the St. Joan army. Chapter 1086. Great Magician Yale in the air could feel the powerful magic energy coming from these fiery red lights, and his heart was filled with shock. If he wasn't wrong, these fiery red lights should be the light from the magic cannonballs. If these magic cannonballs fell into the St. Joan army's formation, the consequences would be unimaginable. Thinking of this, Great Magician Yale didn't dare hesitate. He released all the magic in his body, and several bolts of lightning shot out from his hand, hitting the magic cannonballs. However, just as the lightning came into contact with the fiery red lights, a faint green light lit up around the lights at the same time. In an instant, the lightning was completely neutralized and did not have any effect on them at all. Great Magician Yale was instantly shocked. These bolts of lightning didn't look like much, but they were the 8th level spell, Thunder Rage. Each bolt of lightning contained a terrifying might. He thought that he could rely on magic to destroy these magic cannonballs, but he never thought that these magic cannonballs would be able to defend against magic attacks. They could even block a powerful 8th level spell. However, there was no time for him to be shocked or think about the reason. Seeing that the magic cannonballs were about to fall, Great Magician Yale didn't dare hesitate at all. He released all the magic in his body and created a large magic shield in the air, covering the soldiers of the St. Joan army below. Great Magician Yale was most proficient in wind magic. This wind magic shield that could block 9th level spells and even block forbidden spells was released, creating a faint cyan light in the air that dyed the sky a faint cyan. The soldiers of the St. Joan army below saw the magic cannonballs falling and were panicking. When they saw Great Magician Yale release his magic shield, they let out a sigh of relief. However, as soon as a smile appeared on their faces, they found that when the fiery red lights touched Great Magician Yale's magic shield, they didn't slow down at all. They directly passed through the magic shield and fell down. Hong, 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 hong. When the fiery red lights fell down, it immediately created an incomparably fierce explosion. As the flames exploded, countless soldiers of the St. Joan army were blasted into the air. The scene instantly fell into chaos. Redger's eyes opened wide as he looked at the chaotic scene with incomparable shock. Then he looked up at Great Magician Yale in the sky, and a chill filled his heart. Great Magician Yale could be said to be his greatest reliance against the army of the Kingdom of Ruhr and the guards of the New Flyer. But now that Great Magician Yale couldn't protect the army, how would the St. Joan army face the enemy? Great Magician Yale in the air was even more shocked than Redger. That magic shield was an advanced wind elemental magic shield that he had developed on his own, and he was proud of it. However, he didn't expect that not only did it fail to block those mana cannonballs, it didn't even hinder them at all. Great Magician Yale's heart. Great Magician's Yale. SSSS with Magician Yale had. If it was two magicians fighting, he could think of another way to deal with it. But his main mission was to provide support and the most important protection for the St. Joan army. But he couldn't do it. Didn't that mean there was no meaning for him to stay here? Great Magician Yale couldn't help looking down. Seeing the chaotic scene below, he couldn't help feeling a trace of shame in his heart. Turning his head, he met Redger's eyes. The two of them looked at each other and instantly understood each other's thoughts. Redger forcefully gritted his teeth and loudly called for his adjutant. He gave an order: reorganize the army and retreat. The adjutant was stunned. Retreat? Sir Count, you're saying you want us to retreat? They had just entered the Kingdom of Ruhr. Not to mention completing their mission, they hadn't even seen the face of the enemy, and the army commander was giving the order to retreat? This was too ridiculous. Less nonsense. Redger angrily grabbed the adjutant's collar and angrily roared, "Immediately give the order to retreat. Do you understand?" The adjutant's heart trembled, and he quickly nodded. He turned around and prepared to give the order. But just as he turned around, he didn't even take 2 steps before several dozen fiery red lights flew in from both sides. Great Magician Yale, who hadn't recovered from the attack, was stunned for a moment before noticing this attack. In his shock, Great Magician Yale didn't have time to think. He used all the magic in his body and threw out all the defensive spells he knew. For a moment, the sky above the St. Joan army was filled with all kinds of colors, dyeing the sky in all kinds of colors. It was very beautiful. However, this was of no use. The dozens of fiery red lights were the same as before. They effortlessly penetrated the seemingly gorgeous magic shields and fell directly into the formation of the St. Joan army. Hong, 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 hong. A series of violent explosions rang through the sky. Every explosion and flame that appeared created a large hole in the St. Joan army's formation. After the bombardment, the St. Joan army that was barely able to maintain their formation was now in complete chaos. In fact, there were only a few thousand soldiers in the 2 bombardments. It didn't affect the foundation of the St. Joan army at all. But in this situation where they couldn't even see the enemy, and the key was that even the powerful Great Magician couldn't resist this kind of attack, the morale of the St. Joan Legion was severely damaged, and all the soldiers were filled with fear. Redger's mouth was wide open. Looking at the corpse at his feet that had been completely deformed, he swallowed hard. This corpse was the adjutant he had just sent out to give the order. A magic cannonball landed on his path and sent him flying back in front of Redger. If this magic cannonball had been slightly off and landed on Redger's head, Redger was sure that he would have died without a complete corpse. Thinking of this, Redger only felt a chill in his heart. When he heard that the Glory army was close to being wiped out and that the army's commander, Count Antisur, even died on the spot, he kept mocking Antisur in his heart. Even if he couldn't win, he could at least escape, right? But after personally participating in the battle today, he found that Count Antisur was definitely the same as him. The first thing he thought of was to escape. But in the face of such an incomparably strange attack, how could he escape? Whoosh! There was a sudden gust of wind, and Great Magician Yale flew to Redger's side. Count Redger, give the order to retreat. Great Magician Yale didn't have the slightest bit of the calm look from before. His expression was full of anxiety and a trace of panic that couldn't be concealed. Redger glanced at him and a trace of pleasure appeared in his heart. This great magician Yale had been acting high and mighty ever since he saw him. Now that he saw that his magic wasn't working, he was even more afraid than him. "Yes, we have to retreat." Redger nodded and didn't reject Great Magician Yale's suggestion. "Your Excellency, Great Magician, I'll have to ask you to help me. Use a sound amplification spell to send the order to retreat." Great Magician Yale looked at the chaotic situation around him and knew that it would be hard to quickly send the order, so he nodded. He flew up into the air and used his magic to send his voice out. "Sir Count has given the order to retreat." Redger almost fell to the ground below. Was there anyone who gave the order to retreat like this? As expected, after hearing Great Magician Yale's voice, the St. Joan army soldiers that were still in a state of confusion were stunned. With a bang, they all turned around and ran in the direction they came from. Redger was stunned as he watched the soldiers scatter like a tide. His heart was filled with regret. He really shouldn't have chosen Great Magician Yale, who didn't know anything about military matters, to give the order to retreat. How could these soldiers be considered retreating? They were simply running away. This was the worst situation on the battlefield. It meant that the soldiers had already lost their organization and even their rationality. It was impossible for them to listen to any orders. Seeing most of the soldiers' panicked expressions, Redger gave a bitter smile in his heart. Was this still the St. George army that he was so proud of? But he didn't have the right to blame his soldiers. This was because even he, as the army commander, had lost his composure under such a strange and fierce attack. He even made the mistake of letting Great Magician Yale give the order to retreat. Great Magician Yale in the air saw the soldiers running away, but he didn't care at all. After thinking for a moment, he flew to the sorcerer's subordinates, who were also panicking in the air and did not know what to do. After giving them a few words, he turned around and flew back to Redger's side. "Count Redger, I'll cover your retreat." Redger looked at him and nodded. The two of them understood that without Great Magician Yale's cover, even if Redger was the army commander, he didn't know if he could safely retreat. And if Redger, the army commander, died here, then Great Magician Yale, as the highest level magician in the army, would definitely be held accountable by the army headquarters. As long as the two of them could keep their lives, even if the St. George army was wiped out, they would still have a chance. After obtaining Redger's agreement, Great Magician Yale grabbed Redger's arm and activated his magic. A pitch-black spatial crack appeared in front of the two of them. Great Magician Yale released a magic shield on Redger's body and pulled him into the spatial crack. After a while, the two of them appeared on a plain 2 to 3 kilometers away from the battlefield. Turning around, they saw that in the distant sky, there were countless fiery red lights that kept flying, falling onto the battlefield where the two of them were. Hong, 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 hong. Hearing the explosions coming from the distance, Redger and Great Magician Yale both had sunken faces. The two of them had safely escaped, but it was hard to say how many of the St. George army would be left behind. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.